Niagara College programs immerse students with a highly experiential learning environment enhanced by digital technologies. We place students at the center of all that we do. We are Niagara College.
Tired of searching for that one keyboard shortcut? We solve technology so you don't have to. At SkyComp, we are lifelong learners, always upgrading our skills and reading about the next new IT thing. Go to skycomp.ca/learn to better use the programs you work with every day. SkyComp Solutions, your technology support partner.
What a beautiful day, right? So who was here in 2019? So we're 2024 now, and in those years we had about 300 people, right? Collecting a lot of pounds of waste. How many? 10,000 pounds, right? So give yourself an applause for that. So people come together to make communities more beautiful, and like Walker does, is build a sustainable future, right? Thanks for coming out. We know we have 2 days paid volunteering. 1,200 people, 2 days. That's 2,400 days of volunteering work, which is more than 10 people full-time every day doing volunteer work, which is fantastic. So let's have a great day. Let's collect a lot of waste. Be safe. Everybody has their gear on.
Well, I think really, the greatest gift that we can give each other is time. It's really a part of the Walker's DNA, and it has been since we first started in 1887. It's a great way to create a connection in the community which we live and work. And I think we recognize at Walker that there's a real need to care for our community to be able to create meaningful impact and honor our promise that we have of building a sustainable future together, and that word together is really important. Niagara's a great place to volunteer because it's such a unique place with a huge diversity of possible experiences. As an example, an event like the World Rowing Championships really can only happen in a couple places in Canada, of which Niagara's one.
When you do like the Canada Games, when you do World Rowing Championships, people from outside of Niagara come to volunteer. Some of the people I've met over the years would come in from Barrie and Peterborough to volunteer for events because they get such great enjoyment out of it. They take the experiences back with them, but they know deep down it's important to do what they do. They're not always necessarily a sport fan, but they're community builders, and they understand how important it is to the community. So I think this region is a great example of people that get it and understand that they get something back. I'm not talking about a t-shirt or a hat, but there's things you take away from sport that only sport can deliver emotionally and connection-wise. So I think that it becomes invaluable, and people get it here. There's no question about it. They do in other areas too, but this is a very fertile area of those that are interested in stepping up and stepping forward to help out because they know the result and what it does for the community.
A lot of us have had experiences in our life where someone gave us their time. They gave us their talent, their energy, and that allowed us to become who we are. And so many of us want to have that opportunity to give back in the same way that others gave to us. Volunteering is that chance to give back, whether it's helping out young people in the community that are, experiencing the world for the first time, or it's working with folks who are disadvantaged, who maybe have had a tougher lot in life. it gives us that opportunity to give back in the way others have given us, and I think that's where that sense of pride comes from, right? Not just to show off what's amazing about our community, but to also demonstrate how important it is to be a good community member.
So to all the volunteers supporting the World Rowing event, I know you're creating an incredible experience for our athletes and guests from around the world. You are making a difference, and we are thankful for your time and dedication.
The Walker team is so very proud to be the official sponsor of the volunteers at the World Rowing Championships. We're very grateful to be a part of the Niagara community and really to all the volunteers supporting this event and creating an incredible experience for our athletes and the guests from around the world. Just thank you so much for offering a warm welcome from Niagara.
Definitely hard going into it, knowing that people might not have faith in you, might not think that you can do it. I've really had to work to overcome that misconception, those stereotypes. I've had a lot of coaches who kind of said to me, like, we can't really take you on as an athlete because of your impairment. You can't do the same things as your teammates. It's holding the team back. I've been called a liability. Because I really want to advocate that I am capable of doing this. My friends who have impairments are capable of doing this. It doesn't mean that we just have to be recreational athletes. We can compete at a varsity level. We can be competitive and win races.
With sweeping, you have to be a lot more, like, put a lot more emphasis on things than you would sculling. If you're at a U23 senior level, you can start being a little bit more strategic in how you place the blade. And I can say that with trusting that you're not going to pull like a U19, U17 and just The steering is primarily like a timing and like a tech problem. We'll figure it out.
I'm Mia Biancanello. I'm from St Catharines, Ontario. I've been rowing for about 6 years now. I row for Brock's team and I row for the St Catharines Rowing Club. I was born with a genetic condition called oculocutaneous albinism. It affects the pigment and the melanin in your skin, which plays a big role in the development of your eyes. And so because I have that kind of delay in pigment, my eyes did not develop correctly, and hence I am visually impaired. So my vision has affected me my whole life. I have depth perception issues. I have very big fatigue. I had a hard time seeing the ball when I was playing soccer, following along in a dance class. And so I was kind of looking for something new to keep me active, and one of my neighbors was very into rowing at the time, so I did like a learn to row camp and I just loved it. So when I transitioned from elementary school to high school, I signed up for my high school's rowing team, and I just have been going ever since. I've enjoyed it so much. This team has been really good. I've had really good experiences with my coach, Liz and Easy. Probably the reason why I've stayed in the sport is because I've had her support for so long from a coaching perspective. She's always been willing to put me in a successful spot, push me to my limit, just like she would any of her other athletes. When I started rowing, I looked for athletes who were like me, who had similar impairments, because they don't advertise that the same way they advertise other athletes that most people look up to in their sport. One of the first ones that I really did look up to was Victoria Nolan. So she's another visually impaired athlete. I've always looked up to her from like a bystander point because of how she's persevered in the sport and pushed herself even through vision loss. I was able to see a lot of the things I've gone through her, and that was really nice. And she's just a great person. When I've talked to her, she's so kind and so willing to give support.
What I love about rowing is that in my everyday life, I walk around very careful and nervous. Everything I do is slow because I'm afraid of getting hurt. When I get in the boat, all of a sudden I have that freedom. I don't have to worry about where I'm going. There's someone else steering the boat. I can go as fast as I possibly can, and it's just so exhilarating. You feel like you're flying. One of my fondest memories was rowing here in St Catharines at the Royal Henley Regatta. It was Canada versus the US, and my husband actually brought a whole school bus of people down from Toronto to come and watch the race. So the stands, it was packed. All of my friends and family were there. As we were racing, you could hear the whole crowd. It was just a great race. Ended up coming down to a photo finish. We had to sit there and wait for the results. The US beat us by like 1/100th of a second, so it was a pretty amazing experience. Regardless of what you're racing for, it's about your own efforts and your own goals outside of, what the external result might be. You can't have your goal being something that you have no control over, because you're just setting yourself up for disappointment. When you're setting a goal, it has to be part of
Is full of surprises, maybe too full of surprises. That's why CAA Niagara has reliable insurance plans. Be ready for the unexpected expenses with home, auto, life, travel, and pet insurance plans. Plus, CAA members get exclusive pricing on all of our plans. Because adulting is hard, but CAA Niagara makes it easy. Click today for your free online quote.
At Genesis Niagara, the most important feature in every Genesis is you. Designed with the simple idea that the experience of owning your Genesis should be as exceptional as the vehicle itself. It's about valuing your time, respecting your lifestyle, and making things effortless, and building a relationship based on trust. Genesis Niagara serving Hamilton, Niagara, where you are at the center of everything we do.
Team Canada and Pilataria Estates Winery unite with a perfect pairing of tradition and excellence. Deeply rooted in pride, respect, and the pursuit of greatness. Celebrate the Olympic spirit with every toast.
So I started Ridley back then. The earliest you could start was grade 5. So that was in 1987. So I started in grade 5 and continued through. I started rowing. A friend of mine in grade 7 wanted to do the rowing camp. And then in grade 9, when you could start rowing at Ridley as a sport, one of my friends told me that we needed some more girls on the rowing team. So I came out and started then. Back then, we didn't row in the fall. We started with indoor training. So it was a lot of rowing ergometers, strength training. I remembered it was really, really hard. But then when we got on the water in the spring for the racing season, it all kind of came together. So I rowed throughout high school and I loved it. And that was part of my decision making for university. I wanted to continue in university. So I went to Western and continued rowing throughout my university degree, and I loved it. And that's where I also started coaching. So I started coaching for a local high school there that some girls were looking for a coach. So a bunch of my teammates, we decided that we would coach a high school team there. You learn a lot. It was kind of trial by doing. So it was great. The student athletes that we were coaching were great, and we had really supportive coaches of our own who helped us when we needed help. But it's how I learned, how to rig boats, drive a trailer, everything from putting in entries to regattas. And the team was very new too, so we were teaching them basically from scratch. And although I really enjoyed it, I kind of wanted to come back. And at the time, Ridley was also looking for a women's coach and had asked actually a couple of times if I was interested, but I had other coaching positions. So when the timing was right, they were looking for a coach and I was interested. So 11 years ago. There were a few big changes. Number one, it became like a full year sport. When I was a student here at rowing, we didn't do fall rowing. It was indoor training, winter training, and then the spring season only. When I started coaching here, it was a full year. So we did fall regattas, fall training, so it was year round. The other thing was when I rowed here, there were a lot of women rowing, girls rowing at the time. And when I came into this position, the numbers had reduced quite significantly. So one of the things that we've been really working on is trying to increase those numbers again. It's been going really, really well. Last year, I think we were just under 30, which is, for kind of our size of school, a good size program.
The Women's Championship 8. The Brock University 25th Anniversary Trophy Final. In lane number 3 is Ridley College. Ridley College in the lead as of right now, pulling ahead in lane number 3. Sabrina Seville de Coxey for the 8-person crew. Novella Russman, Rachel Dirks, Jade Postma, Sydney Swift, Charlotte Peakenhagen, Heather Clark, Tia Lampman, and Chloe Fortin. The gap getting bigger and bigger here for the final push. Ridley College in lane number 3, holding on, and will win the Brock University 25th Anniversary Trophy as the champions of the Women's Eights.
I think we are intentional in trying to support all of the programs. So the men's coach and I work really well together. Like, for example, this summer we're team coaching a Team Canada boat. They were looking for a place to host the girls' sweep project, as they called it. And so together with some other school coaches, we put our hand up to say we would host it here at Ridley and in St Catharines. We didn't plan on doing it this way. It was not really, we kind of thought our athletes would go through selection and then move on to, you know, be with their team and coach somewhere else, but it didn't work out that way. So it's been a really positive, you know, we kind of realized that, oh, wait a second, this is actually a great place to host it. We've got the Henley course, which is going to be hosting the Worlds. We have all the facilities here that we need. It's been really collaborative with the other school coaches in terms of, you know, building a program and bringing in the athletes. It's been great.
When you're purchasing swimwear from the Salty Bikini, you're getting beauty, confidence, and the latest in swimwear fashion. Every woman deserves to feel like a goddess in her swimsuit. Say goodbye to stress and hello to confidence as you shop with us. The Salty Bikini is proud to be a platinum sponsor of the 2024 World Rowing Championships. Good luck to all the competitors. Come see us in-store at the Salty Bikini. We're located in the Ridley Heights Plaza in St Catharines, Ontario, or visit us online at thesaltybikini.ca.
Welcome to White Meadows Farms. Join our Discover Maple Sugar Bush tour and explore the world of maple syrup. Meet our expert guide and discover traditions that have thrived for centuries. Hop aboard a tractor-drawn wagon and journey to the heart of our forest. Indulge in legendary treats like taffy on snow and experience our 100% pure maple syrup. Finish with a maple syrup tasting and see how we elevate maple beyond the breakfast table. Book your experience today and discover everything Canadian maple.
The universe does it with a big bang. Wonderful pistachios. Get cracking.
Niagara College Vault.
Good morning and welcome to the final day of competition here at the 2024 World Rowing Championships. Sunday morning is going to be filled with the last races of the junior division U19. My name is Micah Newitz here with Yana Paquin. Yana, how are you doing this morning?
I'm doing all right. It's not too hot outside, not too cold. Should be a good day of racing. Hopefully the course is flat for these athletes. Doesn't look too choppy out just yet.
Yeah, 21 degrees Celsius outside. Feels like 24. We'll reach a high of 27 degrees during the afternoon A finals. The wind as it stands right now, 4 kilometers an hour, tailwind. But as we move through the day, it looks like these rowers will have to deal with a little bit of headwind pushing against themselves, coming from the finish line to the start line. This whole week, the medals have been pouring in. As it stands, Great Britain is in number 1, 5 golds, 1 bronze. Germany in 2, 4 golds, 1 silver, 4 bronze. And Poland, who catapulted themselves into 3rd place, 3 gold and 1 silver, broke a world's best time yesterday in the women's lightweight pair. The second world's best time we've seen this week. The last one was in the men's lightweight single sculls last week Sunday by Niels Tor. The conditions on Sunday were immaculate, being able to push for really fast times as they've increased back up to those times we saw yesterday, of course. And then including the world's best time, we've had 5 World Championships best times be broken this week in St Catharines, Ontario, Canada. The second time the World Championships have been held here, the last time, 1999, 25 years ago. The rowers competing today would not have been alive during that time, but as we might get to today, some of their parents raced here during their rowing careers. The first event today, the junior men's double sculls D final. The only D final for today, and then a few C finals, B, and then A finals to round off as we get into the afternoon. Canada, no medals yet here in St. Catharines, but had the fastest qualifying time to get into this D final. In lane 1, Mexico. And then in lane 2, right beside them, the only 2 boats, Canada. Griffin Salmon in the stroke seat. Griffith Coupland in the bow for Canada. Very minimal race wins here for the Canadians throughout this week, looking to add to that count this morning. Again, you just see
Mexico.
How calm the water is.
Canada.
No real current pushing against or with the boats as the first race gets off underway today. Mexico with an extremely high stroke rate, 51, beating out the Canadians 48 right now.
Quadruple scull men under 19 final C.
We've seen Mexico throughout this week with a high stroke rate throughout the entirety of the course. One of those nations that are known for being a workhorse in the water, can keep that high stroke rate up throughout the whole 2,000 meters. In the last race yesterday, in the men's lightweight quad sculls, Mexico captured their first medal this week and the title of world champions in that discipline as they captured gold. That was against the USA, Germany, and Denmark yesterday around 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Canada out to about a 7-meter lead over Mexico as their stroke rate again is roughly the same, if not just a little lower than Mexico. Their speed almost half a meter a second better, though. We talk about just how much power you put into these strokes, not necessarily having to do a lot, but the power you generate with each one is so great.
You can see how flat this course is. It's really a advantage to go in the morning, early morning. It's not as hot as it will be later in the day, and you can see just how crystal clear that course is. Like, there's not a single disruption in the water. It's just their blades and every puddle they make.
It's great for the water conditions and the weather conditions that have to go in the morning, but as well, you'll train in the morning, and so again, having that routine of getting up at the same time every morning, getting your workout in, getting your on-water training in. You would have probably just been finishing up their practice and their training for today if they were during their school season or club season. So again, just that routine of getting up and rowing is exactly what they're doing right now. As they approach the 1,200 meter marker, the Canadians have doubled their lead over Mexico, 14 meters now. Again, the stroke rates have evened out and the speed has evened out, so it's going to be a matter of Mexico putting a little piece together to catch up as the time they have to do so dwindles down, reaching the 13 meters marker now. Again, the Canadian boat, we talked about them. Griffin Salmon in the stroke seat, Griffith Coupland in the bow for Mexico. It is Nicholas Lunarico in the stroke seat and Roberto Amuda Miranda in the bow. Again, if you're new to rowing, the D final just gives all rowers that last chance to race against some international talent that they wouldn't otherwise race against in normal school or club regattas. So you cannot understate just the amount learning opportunity and experience this is for these young U19 rowers as they begin to start their career into a higher level of training, a higher level of competition, moving towards that senior level. Now picking up pace is Mexico as they look to increase their stroke rate, now 1 stroke per minute in front of the Canadians as their speed is also increasing, looking to catch up within the last 250 meters now. Do they have enough in their legs to get them to the finish line before Canada does? It will be close, 13 meters still difference between the two boats. Giving it all they got to keep their lead is the Canadians as they look to do so. 50 meters left in the race. Welcoming them is the grandstand. The Canadian fans out early this morning to congratulate now the Canadians for winning the D final in front of Mexico. With the official time of 6 minutes, 38.92 seconds. Mexico about 3 seconds behind them at 6 minutes, 41.8 seconds. Quad sculls. Again, only 2 boats in the C final, Japan and Chinese Taipei. As you hear just this communication between within the boat. Again, Yana, do you want to talk a little bit about the roles that each seat have in the boat?
Yeah, so stroke seat definitely sets the pace. Everyone follows stroke. Stroke is you are sitting at the front of the boat. Everyone is looking at your back. You are looking at the water out in front of you. And you have to keep the rate consistent, get into your race pace. Start when bow, which is the person in the very back of the boat, they are like a coxswain when there's no coxswain in the boat. They will give call-outs. They will keep motivating you guys in the boat, giving anything they can to keep everyone mentally inside the boat and in the race. And they can give call-outs for their finish piece, their piece in the middle of the race, and then also during the start. And then anything else they want to add during the race. Only bow normally speaks during the race, and only bow should be having their head outside of the boat. And as you can see, these rowers, they don't take their head out of the boat a lot because it does make the boat unset up, and could possibly add seconds to your time. A lot of these professional athletes will just use the lane markers to keep on track and stay on course. They normally don't have to look behind them to see unless it is very windy. These conditions are perfect though for these races today. Yeah, all the athletes in the boat are very important though. The middle two are definitely the powerhouse of the boat. They know how to follow stroke, they know how to stay in time. All of them excellent technique. You can see how in sync these athletes are with their tap downs and their catches and their finishes. Both boats, very amazing technique.
Now within the last 150 meters, the Japanese boat 10 meters in front of Chinese Taipei. An extremely close race, a lot closer than we saw in the first one, but the Japan boat, the Japan rowers, just giving it a little bit more at the end of the 500 meters, willing themselves a win in this C final. Just one boat length in front of Chinese Taipei. And the C final, an opportunity to race against some people maybe you haven't before, given that last race of international waters before the season ends. Canada currently leading this race as they are crossing the 800-meter marker. We see a replay on the screen there. It is the People's Republic of China, 3 meters behind, and then Netherlands 7 meters behind. Paraguay a little bit farther back there at 26, 27 meters. But you really just can't count anyone out. Is this a good view about how just big the puddles get and how much power these rowers are putting into every stroke they give?
When we get those close-up shots, you can really see how amazing their technique is. You can see the tap downs and the big circles they're doing, which is when they're at the catch, they put the blade in the water, back it in, and then they take their stroke, the legs down first, then you lean back, then you pull the arms in, and then you tap down as you feather, and then you go all the way back up to the catch to do it all again over and over and over again. And you can see just how perfect and in sync all of these athletes are with their teammates, which is very, very, very important in these races.
Yeah, it's different when you're solo scull in the boats, like excuse me. You don't have to worry about other people's timing. It's more of a mental game within yourself of how long can I keep this pace up.
But when you're in a boat with other people, you have to focus on so many more things. It is still a mental game, but you also have to think about the people in your boat. You have to row for them. You have to stay in time with them, in sync, stay on the legs, same power between both of you, and really want that win together.
Canada currently leading this race. Netherlands now in second over the People's Republic of China. Again, 1, 2, and 3. Only 10 meters difference between first and third. We're going to be in for a treat here this morning. Again, just because we're in the C final doesn't mean that this race and this competition isn't going to be fierce and a tight one. These are all world-class rowers, and they're showing it here this morning. Netherlands and Canada now, nothing separating them. Netherlands really coming back after they were down 10 meters to Canada. I wonder if Canada is now prepping for a little bit of a counter push, maybe hoping that the Netherlands can't keep up their stroke rate of 38 right now to Canada's 35, moving at roughly the same meters per second now, 4.5. Canada now, again, you see this, the flags going back and forth per stroke. It really comes down to if you can get that last stroke in at the very end of the race and pull yourself to victory.
I'm excited to see these boats finish piece. That'll really determine who wins, I feel.
It is the Netherlands, coached by a former European champion and Olympic bronze medalist in the lightweight women double sculls. So again, having that coach on the sideline and in your training sessions, knowing what it takes to win at an extremely high level, as we talk about European championships and a little bit of a world stage, the Olympics. They are 1 meter, 2 meters behind now, the Canadians, as they close in within 50 meters of the finish line. China falling back to 35, Paraguay 100 meters back of the 2 leaders here. It looks like it will be the Canadians now 5 meters ahead, just having enough as the Canadians now win 2 races, including this one in the women's double sculls C final, right in front of the Dutch. People's Republic of China will round out the top 3. The official time, 7 minutes, 20.19 seconds. For the Netherlands, 7:21.41. And People's Republic of China, 7:30.30. As Paraguay finishes there, little ways away. As the day continues to move forward, I do expect the times to get a little bit faster as the wind is going to pick up a little bit more. The only question becomes, will it be a tailwind pushing these rowers to the finish line, or will it be a headwind pushing them towards the start line, making it more difficult for them? As we now are looking at the junior men's double sculls C final. Japan in lane 1, Latvia in lane 2, Spain in 3, United States of America in 4, and South Africa in 5. Closest to the cameras as it stands, it is Spain in the lead, USA 10 meters behind, and then in third, South Africa 15 meters behind.
It's interesting to see that some of these rowers have a stroke coach or a speed coach. There's 2 different types, but they basically do the same thing. Some of these bow riders have a stroke coach, and it's interesting to see, but it definitely, I feel, helps them stay in time with their stroke seat. You can see in that yellow boat there's a little red speed coach or stroke coach, and Usually a stroke seat has it because they are the ones that has to set the rate. They have to have everyone else follow them. So they have this little thing. It tells you the strokes per minute, how far you've gone. If you set a certain distance that you have to go, it'll tell you how much you've done, how much you have to go. It can tell you a bunch of other things too. It depends on what you want the little screen to say. But we can see here, Bow has a stroke coach, and I think stroke seat does as well, but it definitely does give you a little bit of an advantage, and Bow can see their stroke rate and can help stroke seat get up to that finishing rate.
Of course, the men's double sculls, the only event today that will have an A, B, C, and D final. Lots of representation from around the world. Here we have Spain, the USA, and Latvia rounding out the top three, with South Africa and Japan not too far behind from each other. And as these races continue throughout the day, you can only imagine them staying closer and closer as the competition continues to rise. Within the last 100 meters now, you see USA increasing their stroke speed up to 38 now, only behind Spain and Japan, who are at 40 strokes per minute. USA 5.5 meters per second, closing strong here, but it won't be enough as Spain takes the win in the C final. USA 3, USA 2, Latvia 3. Official times on your screen there. 6:38.43 for Spain. 6:39.9 for USA. 6:42.37 for Latvia and Japan. 6:44.53. South Africa, who were in third place, around that halfway buoy. They fell behind, so you'd have to think that they maybe gave a little bit too much in the start piece and couldn't keep up with the stroke rate that they had set on the first half. Junior men's single sculls C final. Bolivia in lane 1, Chinese Taipei in 2, Uruguay in 3, Lebanon in 4, Honduras in 5, and Zambia in 6. "20 nations being represented in this boat class. The biggest boat class of the championships. They were supposed to have a D final earlier today, but got canceled due to the lack of participants. So some having to leave due to medical reasons. Wishing them the best. But now the C final. You see just how separate these boats are. It is Uruguay in 1, Lebanon in 2. They're within 10 meters of each other. And then 47 meters back is Chinese Taipei, Titsui Pai in 3rd. And then again behind that is 30 meters back, Honduras. So a little bit less of a race, as we see a little bit of a recorrection at the bottom right of the screen. Maybe got a little too close to the buoys and had to readjust quickly. That was Mapulanga from Zambia. Now 104 meters back of the leader. Matos of Uruguay. World's best time for this discipline for the U19 championships is 6 minutes 45.45 seconds.
You can hear all the coaches and teammates cheering from the island because the island goes from around the 1,000-meter mark to a little bit past the 1,500-meter mark. And athletes and coaches are all lined up on the side because all the athletes' tents are also on the side facing the water. So the athletes and coaches have a perfect spot to cheer on their athletes or teammates that are racing currently, give call-outs because they're in a single, so they don't have anyone else to give them call-outs. They know their race plan, they've trained their race plan, but it always helps to have someone cheering you on. It definitely helps that mental game to know that people are rooting for you and want you to win.
And then once the 1,500-meter pillar passes, the coaches and athletes hand it off to the fans, where we have that double grandstand on either side of the water, supporting their athletes at the finish line. Again, 1 and 2, 15 meters apart from each other. And then in third place is back 90 meters from that. So really only a race right now between 1 and 2. The last 150 to 100 meters left. Uruguay in 1, Lebanon in 2. William Nasser of Lebanon. Stroke rate now up to 40, and his speed is increasing greatly as he looks to close that 10-meter gap between himself and D'Amatos of Uruguay.
You can hear everyone start to cheer, and everyone from home watching this stream, I know you guys are cheering for your teammates or your crews as well. Everyone in the YouTube comments cheering on the crews.
It is 1 and 2 as we expected. D'Amatos of Uruguay, 7 minutes, 19 seconds. William Nasser of Lebanon in 2, 7 minutes and 21 seconds. Just over 2 seconds difference between the two. As Chinese Taipei closing in on the finish line now. Honduras, Laura Castro coming onto the screen now, and then in lane 1, Massey of Bolivia. And the Zambian Mapulanga, who had to readjust halfway through the race, maybe throwing him off a little bit of a pace that he had set for himself. Crossing the line now, we'll round out your C final. Of course, 1, 2, and 3 there. Uruguay, Lebanon, and Chinese Taipei. Now for the C final for the women's single sculls. Chinese Taipei. Wei Ting Xiang in lane 1. And Kalinga from Zambia in lane 2. We see just a little bit of a faster start from the athlete from Chinese Taipei. Again, 5 to 10 strokes is usually that piece you put together of a fast stroke rate, and then you kind of fall into pace of what you'll do for the majority of the 2,000 meters moving forward as we cross the halfway buoy. 11 seconds difference between the two boats.
back to talking about that starting piece. Usually you'll have 5 strokes, and then those first 5 strokes you'll do, it usually changes between athletes, whatever their personal preference is, whatever the coach's personal preference is, to what they want to do as a start. My start when we rode was 2 half strokes, 3/4 stroke, and then 2 full strokes. So much power, as much power as you can do, as fast as you can go, and then you do 5 to 10 more very, very, very powerful strokes, very fast, and then you have to settle into your race pace as soon as possible, because you don't want to go too hard for too long, or you will be too tired to finish that race. You won't be able to do your piece in the middle here, and then you won't be able to do your finish piece and get maybe ahead of someone at the very end.
You see Chinese Taipei Chiang with a stroke rate of 25 right now. Again, one of the lowest ones we've seen, but the power with her legs going 8.6 meters per stroke is much better than a high stroke rate of not going a far distance like we see with the Zambian athletes. Kalinga, we talked about her in almost every race she's been in. She's has dealt with knee injury, as you see her brace on the left knee. Again, still competing at a high level at these World Championships, proving to herself and her teammates that she's willing to work hard even through adversity. Her biggest goal for next year is to find a crew that'll push themselves and achieve the goals that they set. So again, in a single scull this year, looking to find a little bit of a bigger boat for next year. And being from a nation that's definitely a lot smaller than others we've seen this week, just bringing the representation of your country and bringing eyes to the sport can only improve the nation's skill as a whole moving forward. .300 meters left to go. Chinese Taipei 80 meters in front of Zambia. I'm sure we'll hear a loud applause for both of these boats finishing in an extremely tough boat class. The discipline you must have. Roida Kalinga of Zambia only started rowing 4 years ago in 2020. So we talk about these athletes being so young, only 17 years old from Zambia. Such a long way to go to reach their peaks in their career. Starting it here in St. Catharines, Canada at the World Championships. Wei Xingxiang of Chinese Taipei finishing the race. First place in the C final, only 18 years old, competing in this junior division. Just over that 9-minute mark finish there, 9 minutes, 0.46 seconds. Zambian athlete 20 meters from the finish line now. An amazing week, showing that determination, finishing every race she's been a part of. The official times, 9 minutes, 33.23 seconds. as we move on to the junior women's pair B final. From now until around just before 11 o'clock will be your B finals, and then we'll move to the A finals and give out some hardware this afternoon. In lane 1, Spain. Lane 2, Hungary. Lane 3, People's Republic of China. And lane 4, the host country, Canada. Again, there's usually around that 6 boat mark in each A final. So these boats fighting for 7th place overall at these 2024 World Championships. And although you're not bringing home a medal, as you move forward in your career, you'll always have that number associated with you of where you finished in your U19 World Championships as you look to improve on that season after season. From Hungary, you see on the screen, Dora Rebecca Zenti, Vanya Bakdax raced together in the pair earlier this year at the European Championships. So again, we talk about having raced together, having the rhythm together. How important is that in a doubles or a crew boat?
Are you asking how important it is to be
to know who you're in the boat with and see just how much you can push each other through the race?
Oh yeah. 100%. It is very important to have a good relationship with your teammate and know them, know their strong points and weak points, so you can motivate them during that race. If your teammate really needs to focus on breathing during a race, you can help remind them to do that, and in turn that will help you both perform better and see that time that you want. In a pair, it's definitely very hard to stay balanced and stay in time, but these athletes are so well trained, and you can see that they're staying so balanced. Even with their oars being off the water, they're not dragging on the water, they're tapping down. Very big circles in every stroke, lots of power, amazing technique, and it is definitely a big thing to know who you're rowing with and want to row with them and like each other, honestly, because you're not going to want to push for them if you get tired, if you don't like your teammate or you don't want to be with them. And I'm sure all these athletes are very close because they definitely train so much together, especially for this regatta being so large and so prestigious. So
the Hungarians find themselves 4 meters behind Spain, closing in on the last 200 meters now. Looking for 7th place overall here at the World Championships. It is Spain currently in the lead, moving at the same or slightly slower pace than Hungary. Canada 26 meters behind the top two. People's Republic of China 50 meters behind the leaders. It will be a battle between first and second, Spain and Hungary. Who will win the B final here of the women's pair? It is now Hungary in the lead as they push. Spain just didn't have enough, and it will be Hungary, who raced earlier in the European Championships, taking home 7th place overall here in St. Catharines, Canada. Spain will be 8th, Canada 9th. and People's Republic of China rounding out the top 10 of this week here in the U19 women's pair B final. The official time, 7 minutes and 41 seconds to win that race. Just under a second difference, and as we move to the B finals, this is a little bit more of what you can expect between just how close the talent pool is and just how much each athlete wants to win these races. Moving to the men's pair final. Hong Kong, China in 1, Switzerland in 2, United States of America in 3, Serbia 4, Austria 5, and People's Republic of China in 6. Between first place and fourth place is 20 meters. It is USA and Serbia. As you can see, nothing between those two boats. And then third and fourth as well. About 6 meters difference between those two, but again, Serbia, USA, nothing between the two of them for first and second. Austria 12 meters behind the leaders, and Switzerland in fourth place, about 8 meters behind third, hoping to finish in that top 3 of this B final. It is Christopher Mules in the stroke seat for Switzerland. It is his birthday today, hoping to finish as best he can on his birthday here at the World Championships. Happy birthday, Christopher. Only 1.4 seconds now behind third place is the Swiss. And talking about them here as they come across the last 400 meters, the fans that come out and support them, they are the ones with the cowbells. Of course, they like to save their voices and use the instruments instead. A wise choice, I must say, as they are now in third place. The bells doing their job. 20 meters now behind USA and Serbia, who are still right next to each other, and it's going to be an extremely close race as we come down. Now 250 meters, the buoys will turn red. That visual representation. As you hear the USA chants now from the grandstands. 1 meter back is the United States of America. Switzerland now fighting 1 meter behind Austria. Close between 1 and 2, close between 3 and 4. This is the B finals for 7th place overall here at the 2024 World Championships, as they are 50 meters to the finish line. Oh, this is going to be a close one. It looked like USA, then Serbia, and then it looked Austria and then Switzerland. That was the eye check. 0.09 seconds. USA just narrowly beats out Serbia for first place, and then Austria so close, just squeaking out a win against Switzerland, and Christopher on his birthday nonetheless. Again, top 4 in the B final. Nothing to be shameful of as they look to improve on that next season. The next B final will be the women's 4. Chinese Taipei in 1, Spain in 2, Italy 3, Australia 4, and another Swiss team bound to hear the cowbells within the last 400 meters. Closest to the grandstand and closest to the cameras in lane 5, again, is Switzerland.
I think the cowbells are a really good move because the athletes can hear them from pretty far away.
And it's also very distinct. Instead of hearing people shout, depending on the language, you might misinterpret it for another team.
Exactly.
But the cowbells,
you know.
You know.
You know.
It was Italy with the best qualifying time to make the B final, just narrowly missing out on the A final.
And we can see Italy is out in front right now with Australia close behind, 13 meters. And Switzerland is at about 17 meters behind Italy. All at a rate of 36, 35, very close.
$15 meters difference between first and second. Looks to be a much closer race between 2, 3, and 4, as there's only 10 meters between the 3 of them.
Australia's boat is bucket rigged, so stroke seat, I'll have to see here, stroke seat is on port, and then 2 and 3 are on starboard, and bow is on port. Normally, you have it every other, and it is just preference of where you want to have the athletes in the boat. Normally, athletes only row one side. They're either a port or a starboard rower, which applies to sweeping, which is what is happening right now, if you don't know.
Italy, who came third in their repechage 2 days ago. If they had raced in the second repechage, they would have moved on to the A final, but the thing about rowing is it depends on the race and then the positioning. The time does not matter, except for when figuring who's going to be in the center lane, which shows the most protection from elements and different things like that. But it goes to show you here, Italy proving to themselves, proving to the competitors in the A final that maybe they should have been there. Now competing for 7th place overall at the 2024 World Championships in the women's 4. They are ahead by 22 meters in front of Australia. Switzerland behind Australia by 5 meters. It is Giorgia Canelli, Sarah Lucia Castagnano, Matilda Orsetti, and Elisa Bonetti of Italy. The time of 7 minutes and 5 seconds, winning the women's 4B final here on the final day of competition. Australia in 2, Switzerland in 3, Spain in 4, and then Chinese Taipei still to finish the race, but they will end up in 5th place of this B final. See the emotion on the face of these rowers. This entire season has been building up to this World Championships. Alyssa Bonetti there in the back of the Italian boat. And an exactly 1 minute difference between first and fifth. A little bit of a satisfying time. But again, this whole season has been building up to this moment. Italy thinking they should have been in the A final. Regardless, showed up and showed out in the B final, winning by 4.5 seconds. Moving now to the men's 4 finals. It is the B finals. Again, my name is Micah Newitz, here with Jana Paquin. Paraguay in 1, Austria in 2, France in 3, and South Africa in 4 as we catch up with them around the 1,300 meter marker. Until the A finals this afternoon, all the races will be staggered to get through them as fast as possible. And in the A finals, we will show start to finish. And then, of course, we'll have the victory ceremonies in between the races. Right now, France in the lead, 3 meters in front of Austria.
See, France is also bucket rigged. So is Austria, I believe.
France was 2 seconds away from making the A final, just slightly beat out by Germany, who we'll see race later today. And it went France, Austria, South Africa, Paraguay was your 1, 2, 3, and 4 in the repechage. So we'll see how the B final plays out. As it stands right now, it is the same combination with France in the lead, Austria in second, South Africa in third, and Paraguay in fourth. But 10 meters is not a guaranteed win here in rowing.
We've got like 2 different races going on here. These first 2 boats are very, very close. It'll be tight finish.
France potentially just a little bit upset that they didn't make the A final when they could have in the repechage, or they're guaranteed in their heat. But showing that they're still not to be tangled with here.
Pulled away quite a bit in that finish piece there. Second place we have Austria, and third place South Africa, and Paraguay finishing right now in fourth.
Again, we're seeing a little bit of slower times today than we've seen from Wednesday to Friday. Tuesday was the slowest day we've seen this week. Sunday was the fastest last week, but a little bit of headwind pushing the boats away from the finish line, meaning the rowers have to give just that little extra power in every stroke, leading to a little bit of slower times. As we turn our eyes to the women's quad sculls B final. Japan is in lane 1, Switzerland in 2, United States of America in 3, People's Republic of China in 4, New Zealand in 5, and closest to the camera, South Africa. Now, Jana, is there a preferred lane you would want to be in on this course, having raced here before?
I'd say definitely those middle lanes. In this regatta, those lanes are 3 and 4, but normally it's 4 and 5. Those lanes are we see which boat there? I think Switzerland caught a crab, or USA? Either or, someone caught a crab there, but they recovered quite fast. Hopefully they're still in the race there. Anyways, back to what I was saying. Those middle lanes are definitely the nicest. They have the best chance to be the best weather, since they're in the middle, especially after that 1,500 meter mark where the water really opens up. Those outer lanes can get a little bit choppy, depending on the wind and whatnot.
It was the People's Republic of China who had the best qualifying time. And then the USA, which is why they're in the 2 middle lanes. Like you said, being protected from some of the water and weather conditions further on in the race. As it stands now, China 1, Switzerland 2, New Zealand 3, USA, who seem to have caught a little bit of a crab in 4, South Africa 5, Japan in 6. And just the mentality now must change for the United States, having one of the best times to make it into this B final, having maybe a little bit of a miscommunication, catching a crab, now having to battle back their way into a top 3 position to finish in this B final. 2 seconds away from New Zealand, which again is about half a boat length when it comes to timing and rowing and strokes. As we see the stroke rate around 36 strokes per minute. And we will see that increase as they look to put their finishing piece together. Switzerland and New Zealand already increasing their stroke rate.
You can hear the cowbells coming in for the Switzerland team. Everyone's ringing them. If only we could see the grandstand and how excited those fans were.
We saw earlier today, they were all tying their flags to the railings, looking to show their representation of their nations as best as possible. As we get a little closer to the finish line, we'll also see in the background the gate between the water and the land. A lot of fans like to put their flags on that as well. Switzerland right now putting an excellent piece together. Their stroke rate is at 40 strokes per minute, and now only 2 meters back from the leaders of the majority of the race, the People's Republic of China, closing within the last few meters now. Do they have enough? I think it looks like China will just hold on to that 7th place finish overall. Switzerland will finish 8th overall. 2nd or 3rd and 4th though.
Very close.
Might have to be a little bit of a waiting game to see the official times. Again, we talked about USA catching a little bit of a crab around that 500 meter marker. As we see now, they did eventually finish 3rd over New Zealand by 0.04 of a second.
Wow.
So again, being able to recover from that is not only physically draining, but it has to also mess with your mental a little bit as well.
Definitely. It feels like during a race, once you catch a crab, you feel like you won't be able to come back, but they did come back, and that is really awesome that they were able to fix what happened there.
Again, if you're just joining us now, we have a few more races left to go in the morning session. of the 2024 World Rowing Championships here in St. Catharines, Canada. My name is Micah Newitz, here with Yana Paquin on the broadcast, as we now look to the junior men's quad sculls boat class. It is the B final. USA in 1, People's Republic of China in 2, Switzerland in 3, Hungary in 4, Great Britain in 5, and France in 6. So Great Britain had an amazing second day of finals, where their U23 division went on a rampage, getting 4 medals, 4 gold medals, I should say, in one day, and a bronze medal to add on that, which currently have them in first place overall in the medals run. Germany and Poland are in 2 and 3. Romania and New Zealand are rounding out your top 5. A little bit of the slower water conditions today, as we've seen earlier this week. 2 world's best times be broken on this course, and an additional 3 world championships best times be broken as well. It is the Swiss in the lead, followed by Great Britain, and then France, People's Republic of China, then Hungary, USA falling a little bit behind of those top 3 boats.
We're gonna hear those cowbells coming in soon, I hope, for Team Switzerland.
Switzerland had a time of 6:02.58 in the semifinal, which was good enough for 4th. Hungary had a time of 5:57.24. Those were the 2 fastest times qualifying here. So it's a little bit of a surprise to see Great Britain in second place right now. But again, it doesn't matter how well you did in the qualifying semifinals. It's all a matter of, can you show up on finals day and put out your best performance of the week? Which is exactly what Switzerland and Great Britain are doing right now. France finding themselves in 3rd place as we are inside the final 100 meters here. You don't want to finish this race with anything else. No regrets finishing this season at the World Championships U19. It is Switzerland winning the B final. Great Britain 2, France in 3, China in 4, Hungary in 5, and then USA finishing in 6th place. A little bit of surprise there from the Hungarians not being able to finish as well as they'd hoped.
Yeah, something just might have been off today for them.
Again, Switzerland and Great Britain raced off against each other in their semifinals yesterday. The difference between those two were 0.2 seconds in between those two. So Switzerland, Great Britain, knowing that they can compete against each other, and they held up well against each other, finishing 1 and 2 in the B final of the quad sculls in the U19 division. It is the junior women's double sculls B final now. Croatia in lane 2, Slovenia in lane 3, Ireland in 4, Hungary in 5, and then South Africa in 6. So there was a withdrawal from Norway, who should have been in lane 1. They had withdrawn prior to the start of the B final for a medical reason. And Elaine Desader Hoen is unable to row, again, due to a medical reason, so we wish her the best. Getting better, unfortunately not being able to race in the B final for this boat class. As we catch up with them just before that 1,000 meter buoy. It is Slovenia in 1, followed extremely close by South Africa, then Ireland. Again, 1, 2, 3, and 4 are all within 10 meters of each other, and then all 5 boats are within 20 meters of each other. As we see, this is a good view of the water pushing up against the boats, that headwind making it just a little bit more difficult to get an extremely fast time. It'd still be close races as we've seen earlier. And in this race, as we talked about, the Henley Island is where the coaches and the athletes are. That's where they get into the water. They keep their boats there. But there's protection from most of the weather and water conditions from the trees you see on the top of your screen and that island where the cameras are until that 1,500 meter mark. Then the water opens up. You find a lot more crosswind. We've seen a lot of the strategies from these rowers save a lot of their energy until that 1,500 meter mark. They'll put a piece together with a lot of power, with a lot of energy to counteract that open waterness and the crosswinds that they find there. Moya Knowles and Anna Brennan from Ireland, 7 meters behind. And top 3 still close enough to each other to make a push when the time comes. 4th and 5th, South Africa and Croatia slowly drifting away from that top 3 positions. You see Hannah Hindahar looking around, making sure that they're still in the lead. Ireland and Hungary isn't making any surprise pushes that Slovenia can't counteract. Laura Cass of Slovenia in the stroke seat, Hannah Hindahar in the bow. Sofia Nagy of Hungary in the stroke seat. Janka Demko in the bow for Hungary. Ireland now in the lead. Slovenia 3 meters behind as they come within the last 100 meters. Can Slovenia reclaim their first place that they've had for the majority of this race up until now, where the Irish have taken it over? Unable to come back. Ireland takes first in the B finals. Slovenia 2, Hungary 3 in lane 5. Then South Africa, Croatia finishing off of the 5 boats, as you see just how much it means to the friends and families of these 2 women. Moya Knowles, Anna Brennan, 7th place overall in the junior women's double sculls at the 2024 World Rowing Championships. The official time for the Irish women, 7 minutes, 33.96 seconds. As we look over to the men's, same boat class, double sculls B final, Switzerland in 1, Bulgaria 2, New Zealand 3, Poland 4, People's Republic of China in 5, and Lithuania in 6. Another boat class with many participants. The rowers here would have come 4th, 5th, and 6th in their semifinal. It was New Zealand who had the fastest qualifying time, next to Poland. But again, we talk about these two semifinals. If New Zealand had raced in the second semifinal, they would have qualified for the A final, instead finding themselves here in the B final, out to definitely prove to themselves and their other competitors that they should be in that final. Unfortunately, finding themselves right now in 6th place of this race. It is China in 1st, Poland in 2nd, and then 10 meters back of that is the Swiss. China and Poland right now beside each other in lanes, beside each other overall, 1 meter difference between the two boats. Bulgaria still in a very good position to attack the Swiss and capture that 3rd place position. Stroke rates increasing now. Swiss 38 strokes per minute. The top out of the 4 boats in the lead as Bulgaria now catches up to them. Poland and China at the same. It'll come down to who can increase it the most with the power in their legs. With 150 meters left, we might actually see Switzerland challenge the top 2 boats. They're now only 5 meters behind them. With 100 meters, that's definitely enough time to make up that difference. And with the stroke rate of 40, it's definitely possible, especially with China and Poland at 38, 37 respectively.
They're at 3 meters now. We'll have to see.
1, 2, 3. It looked like Poland, China, Switzerland, and then Bulgaria in 4. It was Poland, 6 minutes 48 seconds. 2nd place China, 6:49.15. And then Switzerland, 6:49.47. Switzerland, an amazing attempt to push into that top 2 where China and Poland held that for so long. Switzerland just barely missing out on that with the top 3. Less than half a second difference between them. Bulgaria was close to Switzerland before they made that amazing push, finishing about a second after they did. It will be the rowers from China, though, coming 2nd place in front of the Swiss. Poland will overall become 7th place. As we switch to the B finals of the men's single sculls. This is the B finals. Netherlands in lane 1, Poland in lane 2, China in 3, Belgium in 4, and then USA in 6. There is no one in lane 5. That was for the Hungarian athlete, Mark Mose. As he switches, we had a medical reason in the men's 4 quad sculls. And so what happened was Mark Mose withdrew from the single sculls and in return substituted for his teammate Barnabas Rigo in the quadruple sculls, which raced a little earlier, a few races ago.
That really shows just how much he cares about his team for him to withdraw from his single race and go into that quad for his teammates so that they would be able to race still.
Exactly. Because if he decided to race in his singles, the other 3 rowers in that boat wouldn't have been able to compete. Obviously, being a quad sculls boat class, you can't race with 3 rowers.
Doesn't work too well.
So sacrificing himself in the B final in this event to race in the men's quad sculls, which eventually they came 5th place just a few races ago. So that is why there's no one in the 5th lane here. This is the Polish rower Dominik Suppose in 1st place currently. Followed 7 meters behind is Lucas Depla in lane 4 of Belgium. And then 30 meters behind that is Xian Zhao of the People's Republic of China, Ian O'Reilly, and Cone de Kunst, all within that 30 to 50 meters back range. Ian O'Reilly, no stranger to early mornings and hot heat, as we are going to see today a high of 28 degrees Celsius. It's going to feel like 30 degrees for him living in Arizona. In the morning when he trains, it might be that hot. Dominik Suppose. From Poland in 1st as they crossed the 3/4 mark. Lucas Depla, who had the fastest qualifying time, who didn't make the A final, now putting a little bit of a piece together after that 1,500 meter buoy. Now in the lead over the Polish rower. Again, you see the meters per stroke are roughly the same, but Poland 3 strokes per minute slower, now 5 strokes per minute slower than Lucas Depla of Belgium. I wonder, as the rate continues to drop for the Polish rower, did he just extend himself a little too early? Or maybe he sees Zhao of China 57 meters behind him and he knows he maybe can't keep up with Depla, that he's just going to take it a little easier as he's rowing 29 strokes per minute. Winner of the B final, Lucas Depla of Belgium, made an amazing push at the end of that race. 500 meters left to go. Gave it all he had, winning with a time of 7 minutes, 25.74 seconds. 5.5 seconds better than the Polish rower, People's Republic of China. Zhao 3rd, Ian O'Reilly 4 from USA. 5 will be the Netherlands, rounding out the 5 boats here in the men's single sculls B final. As we have one race left of the morning session, and then we'll have a short 30-minute break where we will move to A finals, get some hardware on the necks of some of these rowers. And of course, the title of world champion will be given out in these boat classes for these young U19 rowers. Some of them their first chance at international waters. In lane 1 is Canada, lane 2 Ukraine. Lane 3 is an individual neutral athlete. Lane 4 Hungary, lane 5 Latvia, and lane 6 the Republic of Moldova. It is Latvia in the lead, followed by the individual neutral athlete, 2 seconds behind them. Ukraine, Hungary, Republic of Moldova, and then Canada rounding out the 6 boats in this race.
Course still looks pretty flat, not too much wind. It's hard to tell from our view and not being outside, but it does look like not terrible conditions. You don't see any white caps or any waves at all, really, so these rowers don't really have to worry about huge tap downs.
A nice little change from Monday, which of course was canceled due to the weather conditions.
Yeah, it's not fun rowing in terrible weather, which we get quite a bit here in Niagara. I know I've rowed in snow, hail, rain, you know, any weather you can think of, we've rowed in. And rowing on Lake Ontario, the weather can change super, super fast. You'll be out there and it'll look just like this, very calm, and the next second the waves will be going over your boat and into your boat, and you have to row back very fast, bailing the water out of your boat so you don't sink. So luckily these rowers don't have to deal with that at the Henley today. That would be a lot to handle.
We've definitely been very blessed with the weather here in St. Catharines, Canada. Again, only the second time we've hosted the World Championships of rowing. Last time was 25 years ago. Now, Yanni, you've rowed in these, or on these days of the finals. How does the energy and the nerves maybe change a little between all the athletes on these days?
I think it's definitely very nerve-wracking. It would be so... It's hard to explain the feelings you get when you are going into a final and you're sitting at that starting gate waiting for the announcer to call out the crews and then give you that attention, ready, row, and the green light. Words can't explain the feelings in your chest and in your head. It's just so scary, but once you're in the race, all you're thinking about is finishing that race, because it is hard work and it is a lot of energy that it takes to finish that 2,000 meters. And once you're finished, the wave of relief is so nice, knowing that you're done and you gave it your all. I'm sure all these athletes are feeling that every single day that they race.
So it was the Latvian rower and the athlete representing themselves, the individual neutral athlete, who raced against each other in the first semifinal. The individual neutral athlete came on top, Tatiana. But right now it is the Latvian in the lead with about a decent sized lead, 20 meters now, which goes to show you can have the middle lane, but you still have to show up on finals day and defend it. You're the target when you're in the middle, and you know everyone around you is going to be chasing you down, which is exactly what Freeman of Latvia is doing right now will win the B finals and take 7th overall in these World Championships in St. Catharines. And it'll be Pratsevich, the individual neutral athlete, 2nd in the B final. Then Rade from Hungary finishing out the top 3. It was Ukraine finishing 4th, Republic of Moldova in 5, and then the Canadian finishing out strong in the home soil in 6th.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that's it for the B finals. From now on in, it is methods. They will get underway with the final of the women's club sport has been level filled. So 14 other sides, that's 162 players who are in football.
Niagara College programs immerse students with a highly experiential learning environment enhanced by digital technologies. We place students at the center of all that we do. We are Niagara College.
Tired of searching for that one keyboard shortcut? We solve technology so you don't have to. At SkyComp, we are lifelong learners, always upgrading our skills and reading about the next new IT thing. Go to skycomp.ca/learn to better use the programs you work with every day. SkyComp Solutions, your technology support partner.
People don't see that I go and get Botox in my leg, or that I go and have to do different stretches and different training than other people. Saying, like, you don't really have a disability, like, you shouldn't classify as para, and there's misconceptions on whether or not my disability is not that bad, and me kind of not telling people, and they don't understand how I grew up and all the stretching every night, and I would have to do walks and build my way up to things that went into getting me to where I am now that I don't think people realize, and they just see, oh, like, you fit in with everyone else, and it's because I've put the work in to get there. My name's Abigail Durlier. I'm 17 years old, and I'm from St Catharines, Ontario. I got diagnosed with cerebral palsy when I was 2. I was just a slow walker. I was a very slow walker, and I started crawling quickly but not walking, and I wasn't walking. So I started with a brace, and I think up until 7th grade I was wearing it. When I heard that there was a possibility of me not having to wear my brace anymore, I kind of started doing all my stretching. I started walking a lot with my mom, biking, trying to do anything to not wear it. I wanted to go into high school without having to wear it because, you're meeting new people, and I definitely got made fun of for it a little bit in elementary school, and never wanted to talk about it, never wanted to tell anyone about it because I felt embarrassed and ashamed of it. Starting high school, I didn't tell anyone, and my coaches, no one ever knew until this year. This was the first coach that I had that ever recognized it and noticed it, so but I'm glad that he did notice it in the end because it opened a lot of opportunities and doors for me. When I told him, he was like, oh, you might qualify for para, and I found out I did. There was just so much there that I wasn't expecting. So, I've been training a lot more since then. I've been upping my training quite a bit, and it's a lot more motivating when you have bigger goals to get to that you think are more achievable.
It's all new, it's all learning, it's all figuring out what para rowing looks like and what it could look like, because right now is one way, but the more para rowers we have, I think, the visibility increases, then that helps to attract more para athletes, and then it just makes it easier to have these para events, because it's always been these pockets. It's kind of the role, you'll take on. Mia's doing some of it now, and
yeah,
is, because you're so young and you'll be in it for so long, it's like, okay, make it easier for whoever the next person is, so they don't have to kind of repave the road every single time we get a para athlete, and we're starting from scratch again.
Biggest achievement was probably reaching the developmental standard for para for Team Canada, and then I got accepted to race at Worlds. Unfortunately, we're not going to race, but I was scheduled to race, so that was a big achievement for me. Kind of knew that it had been a thought that it was going to get canceled because there wasn't enough para athletes. There's not many para rowers, and so a lot of them are in Paris right now. I think numbers is a huge thing. Even recently at Henley, we did a race, and it was straight final, which is very uncommon for a race like Henley. I think my other races, we had 50 boats per event. In this race, we only had 2 boats, and it was largely Americans. There's not very many here in St. Catharines, so just definitely a lack of people.
Most of our work is with people who are not athletic, actually. A percentage of work with those elite level athletes would be very small. It would be probably in the 1% to 2% range. And that's an interesting issue because what we gain from that work and working with elite level athletes really stretches us, really stretches our capacity as a company and as practitioners to explore the highest level of care that those people require to perform at their elite level. But what's really fascinating about that very small population group is that the demands that they put on themselves and on us as practitioners and as providers helps us to extend that work and that level of expertise into the rest of our population. Because 98% of the people we need have got needs in, whether that's recreational sport or everyday needs like getting around their home. Our role is to take that level of expert care and technology and componentry and everything that we've learned in all aspects of our practice and apply it to our entire population.
This is my brace from Niagara Prosthetics. This is the first one I ever got, so it would have been around 2. It helped to keep my leg straight because my leg was very crooked. It's gotten better now, but it helped to keep my leg straight and helped to get me walking. So I have a very similar one that I have now that I only wear it to bed now. I definitely want to go to Worlds next year. There's talks about World Cup 1 and 2 in Italy and Switzerland next year, so I'm really hoping that I can do that, and there will be entries for that. So definitely trying to work and get faster so that I have a better chance of going. And a longer term goal would definitely be going to the Paralympics. So I'm kind of keeping that in the back of my head and remembering that when I want to decide if I'm going to do a bike workout or not. You know, I got cut from a lot of sports growing up, especially in high school, because, you know, I didn't think I was good enough. And then growing, you know, I put the work in, so I was able to train with everyone else like normal. And, you know, I train with the Simcoe boys team most of the year, so it's realizing that you are good enough if you are able to put the work in. Rowing's a sport that you have to put a lot of time in and a lot of work in, so being dedicated and knowing that if you put the work in, you can get there, but it's a lot about your mindset.
Adulthood is full of surprises, maybe too full of surprises. That's why CAA Niagara has reliable insurance plans. Be ready for the unexpected expenses with home, auto, life, travel, 10 pet insurance plans. Plus, CAA members get exclusive pricing on all of our plans. Because adulting is hard, but CAA Niagara makes it easy. Click today for your free online quote.
At Genesis Niagara, the most important feature in every Genesis is you. Designed with the simple idea that the experience of owning your Genesis should be as exceptional as the vehicle itself. It's about valuing your time, respecting your lifestyle, and making things effortless, and building a relationship based on trust. Genesis Niagara serving Hamilton, Niagara, where you are at the center of everything we do.
Team Canada and Pilataria Estates Winery unite with a perfect pairing of tradition and excellence. Deeply rooted in pride, respect, and the pursuit of greatness. Celebrate the Olympic spirit with every toast.
When you're purchasing swimwear from the Salty Bikini, you're getting beauty, confidence, and the latest in swimwear fashion. Every woman deserves to feel like a goddess in her swimsuit. Say goodbye to stress and hello to confidence as you shop with us. The Salty Bikini is proud to be a platinum sponsor of the 2024 World Rowing Championships. Good luck to all the competitors. Come see us in-store at the Salty Bikini. We're located in the Ridley Heights Plaza in St Catharines, Ontario. Or visit us online at thesaltybikini.ca.
Welcome to White Meadows Farms. Join our Discover Maple Sugar Bush tour and explore the world of maple syrup. Meet our expert guide and discover traditions that have thrived for centuries. Hop aboard a tractor-drawn wagon and journey to the heart of our forest. Indulge in legendary treats like taffy on snow and experience our 100% pure maple syrup. Finish with a maple syrup tasting and see how we elevate maple beyond the breakfast table. Book your experience today and discover everything Canadian maple.
The universe does it with a big bang. Wonderful pistachios. Get cracking.
Niagara College Bob.
Good morning and welcome back to day 8 of the 2024 World Rowing Championships. My name is Micah Newitz, accompanied by
Jana Paquin.
And we have 14 races left in this World Championships. Going to start off with the A final of the Junior Women's Coxed 4.
France,
Italy had the fastest qualifying time,
Canada.
7 minutes 15 seconds, .42. They find themselves in the 4th lane. And they had a preliminary race earlier to decide who's in each lane. In lane 1, here's South Africa. Heather Welchman is the coxie. Australia in lane 2, Scarlett Pringle. USA in 3, Avery Harris Jones is the coxie for the Americans. We talked briefly there, the Italians, the fastest qualifying time in lane 4. Margheriti Fanchi is the coxie. Lane 5, France. And then in lane 6, a chance to bring home the first medal for the home country is Canada
South
in lane
Africa.
6.
Australia,
Annika Maroney
United States of America,
is the
Italy,
coxie for Canada.
France, Canada. Attention.
And the first race of what is known here, the afternoon session. We'll have 3 races considered in the morning, 11:30 to 11:56, and then the rest of the 11 races will take place in the afternoon. As you see on your screen, 6 boats will contest for this boat class. So they had a preliminary earlier this week. USA are the defending champions. They come into this event with a complete new lineup from the one that won in Paris last year at the World Championships. Italy, though, of course, they come into this race as the favorite, but they also came into the competition as the favorite, with 2 athletes having won silver in this boat class last year, and they're looking to improve on that result, as it's between themselves and the French for first place. You see those 2 boats in the front. Italy at the top, France at the bottom of the 2 in the front. USA falling in 4th place right now, behind Australia, who is in 3rd. And then it is Canada and South Africa, 5th and 6th respectively. And you see just how close it is within the first 500 meters, as Italy is pulling away ever so slightly from the France boat. It's our first boat class with a coxie today. Jana, do you want to tell a little bit of why that role is so important and why some boats have it and some boats don't?
Yeah, you can really hear when we go into those close-up views, you can hear how much those coxies are yelling at their crews. The coxie knows the exact race plan, so do the athletes, but the coxie gets to relay everything they need. They will tell them when to start a piece, every stroke they're doing in that piece, the start the finish piece. They will give them motivational call-outs, strokes for breathing, strokes for technique, strokes for power, all of the above. The coxies also steer the boat. They will keep you pretty on course, especially with the low winds we're having. It's not too terrible out on the course, so the coxies probably won't have to let the crew know to go harder on port or starboard. They have a little rudder in the bottom of the boat that they can steer, which in turn steers the boat. The coxie is normally in sweeping boats, but you can have a coxed quad. There is always a coxie in an 8, but you can also have straight 4s where there is no coxie, which is definitely a little bit more difficult, and the bow has to take on that role of being the coxie. The coxies have a little mic that goes out to multiple speakers in the boat, so everyone all the way up to the front can hear whatever the coxie is saying, especially when they're in those bow riders, which means they're laying down, which we can see right here in Italy's boat. You can see the coxie laying in the bow so they can see straight ahead and they don't have to look right at the athletes. Sometimes they'll be sitting in the front looking straight at stroke, but yeah, coxies are very important, especially in these bigger boats.
Italy now up to about 1.5 to 2 boat lengths in front of France. Australia will round out the top 3 as we just are passing the 1,300 meter marker out of 2,000 here in St. Catharines. As you can see just how aerodynamic these coxies get. They don't want to be any drag and slow down the boat in any way. They're there to help and not bring the boat down in any way. First place out in front, Italy, an extremely dominant performance. Again, the silver medalists in this boat class last World Championships. 2 of that crew returning to this boat here in 2024. At second place right now, up for grabs. It is France currently about a little under 10 meters difference between themselves and the United States, who won last year. But again, the nation won. None of the 4 athletes on the boat, none of the 4 rowers on the boat returning from last year. And then Australia is a little bit behind USA, now making a little bit of a piece together to catch up to the French rowers. Italy, 40 meters difference between 1 and 2. An extremely dominant performance here from the Italians. They do not want to bring home another silver medal in back-to-back World Championships. Conditions on the water, next to perfect.
You can see all the coxies also have a stroke coach or a speed coach in hand, so they can see the rate and the power that their athletes are putting out, and they can relay to them how much faster they need to go, if they need to up the rate. Now we're in those red buoys, which means they're in the last 250 meters of this race. Coming up on that finish line, so exciting.
Italy, who also hold the world's best time in this U19 boat discipline, will be your 2024 world champions in St. Catharines, Canada, improving on the silver of last year. For second place, though, close race. It will be France taking home the silver, then the United States, followed extremely closely by Australia, who just fell out of medal contention by the Americans. The time of 7 minutes and 18 seconds from Italy. Gold medal First one given out today. France, the silver medal, 7 minutes, 27 seconds. You see the joy and excitement from these athletes. Winning here at the world stage. United States of America, 7 minutes and 28 seconds will be good enough for bronze. Again, the USA won the boat class discipline last year. None of the rowers returned. Good enough for a third this year. France winning the silver. Italy improving on their silver from last year to take home the gold, and we'll get to the victory ceremony of that race right after the next one, which is the men's coxed 4, starting in 3 minutes. 2,000 meters away from the finish line. A world champion will be crowned here in the U19 division of the men's coxed 4. Again, 4 rowers, 1 coxie. USA had the fastest time, 6 minutes and 27 seconds. It was only the 6 boats in this race. Had a preliminary earlier. Canada in lane 1, again looking for their first medal at the World Championships. Italy in 2, the reigning world champions. USA, the fastest qualifying time to get into this A final. They will be in lane 3. Australia in lane 4. Again, extremely impressive preliminary. Put themselves in a position to get the center lane. South Africa, lane 5. Rhett Zillen is the coxie. And then closest to the camera will be Ireland. Luke Fitzgerald is the coxie at the front of the boat. As we look to get underway, the preliminary time
Italy,
to win was 6 minutes and 27 seconds from USA.
Australia, South Africa,
Between
Ireland,
first and sixth place,
attention.
there was a time of 13 seconds in the preliminaries. Again, lots of power in these boats, especially when you increase the number of rowers. Doing their best job to get out to a hot start. It is Australia and Italy right now who have the fastest stroke rate as they lower a little bit. Ireland maintaining at 46 strokes per minute. Again, we'll see that number drop ever so slightly around that 36 strokes per minute mark until they put a piece together. Usually we see around the 1,000 meter marker. The adrenaline, the energy prior to this race, trying to stay focused. Think about your strategy you want to implement here.
The Canadian boat, all local rowers coached by John Rossetti and Pat McNally. Liam Chaplin just competed in Stotesbury Cup and won gold in the boys' senior single. Lucas Riddle also won gold with my younger brother Noah Paquin in the boys' junior double. James Cuff and Andy Narwaki also raced in Stoats with Dario as their coxie in the boys' lightweight 4, and they also won gold. So, amazing crew up against 5 other amazing crews.
Italy looking to defend their title in this boat class. Only 1 crew member returning from last year, which is their coxie, Riccardo Donnie. So again, knows what it takes to win, and will hopefully run the same strategy, which will pay off in the same way as it did 1 year prior. Australia is currently in first place with a stroke rate of 37 strokes per minute. Was 4th last year in this boat class at the World U19s. Again, when you just miss out on the podium, you just have that feeling you were just cut short a little bit, and they're definitely looking to improve on that and bring home some hardware here at the 2024 World Rowing Championships in St Catharines, Canada. The Canadian boat 36 meters behind the Australians. Still no medal to show here at this regatta. Between 2 and 3, only 1 meter separating themselves, but don't count out the USA. 4 meters can easily be made up over, especially a long distance, crossing the 900 meter marker. You can hear the Coxies talking to their rowers, looking to put a piece together here as the communication is tremendous between the Coxie and the rowers. Depending on their strategy, you can see different amount of strokes and then different types of strokes, some for power and some for technique. Yana, racing here on this course, what is one strategy that you remember doing at that halfway point?
We do what was called a bridge to bridge, and we do 30 strokes, so 10 for power, 10 for technique, like you said, and then the last 10, it would always change depending on who our Coxie was. Sometimes we'd do a stroke for every single athlete that was in that boat, or we'd do stroke for family, stroke for friends, just anything that really motivated us. It really depends on your crew, and that's why it's so important to know who you're rowing with and your Coxie, and just everyone being almost like a family in your boat.
Australia building up their lead. It's almost 20 meters in front of the South African boat. South Africa doing a great job holding on. It is then Italy in 2, South Africa 2, Italy 3, USA 4, trying to catch up to the Australians. Again, Italy, the defending champions, 1 returning crew member. Australia 4th last year, looking to prove themselves here in 2024, wanting to capture the gold medal, the illustrious title that comes with it of world champion.
Italy's pulling just a little bit away from South Africa right now. They're 17 meters from the leader right now, Australia. And South Africa is at about 21 meters from the leader. So Italy's starting to pull away from South Africa and close that gap in between them and Australia. They're at 15 meters now in between. And it's steadily going down, so we'll have to see.
Italy knows what it takes to win, giving it all they got to catch the Australians, who are one of the most experienced teams here in the U19 division. 3 of the rowers of the rowers, 18 years old. The other one's 17, so again, right up to that U19 part. Australia 10 meters now in front of Italy. They will be your world champions here in the men's Coxed 4 event. Italy will take silver. USA 3, South Africa 4, Ireland 5, and Canada finishing strong in that 6th position.
Amazing race from all of these crews.
You see South Africa devastated, just missing out on the bronze medal. Again, you train all season for this moment. Maybe your first chance at international events, and to come 4th place by a second can be truly devastating. But Australia 1, Italy 2, USA 3 will round out your gold, silver, and bronze as we look to the victory ceremony for the women's Coxed 4.
Women's Coxed 4.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie des médailles pour les championnats du monde de moins de 19 ans, 4 de pointe avec barreur femmes.
The medals will be presented by
Les médailles seront présentées par
Executive Committee Member
membres du comité exécutif,
Rosie McLaughlin, accompanied by
accompagnés de
CEO of Electra,
PDG d'Electra, M. Brian Benz.
winners of the bronze medal,
Vainqueur de la médaille de bronze,
the United States of America, the USA represented by
les États-Unis, représentés par
Eden Alfie, Alexis Gormley, Chloe Frustick, Catherine Dahl, Avery Harris-Jones, winners of the silver medal,
vainqueur de la médaille d'argent,
France, France represented by
la France, représentée par
Lou Philippe, Daphne Bellin, Lola Gossin, Nina Blin, Baya Rocher Juge, winners of the gold medal and the World Rowing Under 19 Champions,
vainqueur de la médaille d'or et championne du monde des moins de 19 ans,
Italy! Italy represented by
l'Italie, représentée par
Marta Arefice, Giulia Arefice, Carolina Cassani, Letizia Maturana, Margherita Fanci. Please join us, ladies and gentlemen, for the national anthem of Italy.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne national de l'Italie.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our medalists.
Veuillez applaudir vos médaillés.
As the next race, A final is already off. The junior women's pair looking to crown their world champion, as we just saw Italy win their gold medal, moving themselves into 5th place in the medal standings. In lane 1, Germany. Lane 2, Greece. Lane 3, Italy. Lane 4, Romania. Lane 5, Great Britain. And lane 6, individual neutral athletes representing themselves in the gray closest to the camera. There were 10 entries into this boat class, but this final should be locked up between either Greece or Romania. The Romanian boat includes Gabriela Tivadou, who won gold in this boat class last year at the World U19 Championships. She will have a new combination of crewmates with Lucia Maria Yusu. They were beaten by the young Greek team, though, in the European U19s earlier this season. So a little bit of a race between the current world champion and the current European champion in Romania and Greece. As it stands right now, Romania won the individual neutral athlete in 2, and then Greece in 3. And you see that the time splits between them, 1 second in between the top 4 boats. And then Italy and Great Britain 6 seconds behind the leaders. Stroke rates between the top 2 right now considerably lower than the rest of the race. Again, we see the stroke rate per minute, but sometimes even with less strokes, you can put more power into those strokes. As we see the meters per stroke now, the top 2 boats at the highest meaning they're moving the farthest distance per stroke. As you see, the speeds are all extremely similar. Again, these athletes are so young, under 19. Romania's boat 17 and 18. Greece 16 and 18. And the individual neutral athletes 18 and 17. So in the top three, the youngest athlete on the water being 16 years old.
From that overhead view, we could see the puddles that these athletes are producing. If you look at the puddles, you can tell how much power is in their stroke. You want to propel the boat towards the finish line, propel those puddles past the stern of the boat. You want them to go as far as you can before you take that next stroke. You want the most distance in between your puddles. You can see here all of these athletes have very large puddles. Out ahead, Romania looks like they have the largest puddles, which makes sense as they are quite a bit ahead. Greece 16 meters behind them, and the individual neutral athletes around 21 meters behind the Romanians.
So it is the Greek rowers who have found themselves in second place behind the Romanians. The current world champions versus the European World Championships, as we've mentioned earlier. The lowest rate of strokes per minute is the individual neutral athletes at 32, but the Romanians at 34 strokes per minute are still cruising at one of the highest speeds out of all the boats. So again, lots of power in those legs. 60% of the power coming from your legs, 30% from your core and your hips, and then 10% from your arms. Again, in the women's pair here, doing that sweeping motion, one oar per rower. A little different than sculling when you have two oars per rower in the boat. Romania out to a 4, almost 5-second lead as they cross the 3/4 marker into open water and as close to the grandstands as you can get without seeing them.
We'll see soon. There's grandstands on the far side of the course, but there's also a large grandstand on the left side of the course that we'll be able to see soon. That's where the medal ceremonies are taking place, and that grandstand is fully shaded and full of fans and friends and family cheering on these athletes during this regatta.
You'll definitely hear how full it is once we get around that 200-meter marker is where the fans usually start increasing their volume and the rowers on the boat start to increase their stroke rate. As now the slowest is now around 37 strokes per minute, as Romania out to a dominant lead, looking to reclaim their title as world champions. They got beat out by the Greek rowers earlier this year in the European U19 Championships. Not here in St. Catharines though, as they reclaim once again 2 years in a row world champions from Romania in lane 4. second place and the silver medal will go to the European champions, Greece. Third place will go to the individual neutral athletes in lane 6. Fourth is Germany, fifth Italy, and sixth place Great Britain with the official time of 7 minutes and 39 seconds. They're the European champions, world silver medalist championships, 7 minutes and 48 seconds. Third place representing themselves at an official time of 7 minutes and 51 seconds. Dominant performance by the Romanians. World-class talent here on the Martindale Pond. More to come after the victory ceremony of the junior men's Coxed 4 as we turn it over to the PA announcers on the grandstands.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the World Rowing Under-19 Championships, Men's Coxed 4.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie des médailles pour les championnats du monde des moins de 19 ans, 4 de pointe avec barreur homme.
The medals will be presented by
Les médailles seront présentées par
World Rowing Council member,
membre du Conseil de World Rowing,
Victoria Aguirre Gomez Corta, accompanied by
accompagné de
CEO of Electra,
PDG d'Electra, M. Brian Benz.
winners of the bronze medal,
vainqueur de la médaille de bronze,
the United States of America, USA represented by
les États-Unis, représentés par
Eamon Moreland, Aidan Montanaro, Ryan Jorgensen, Thomas Carpenter, John Mershon, winners of the silver medal,
vainqueur de la médaille d'argent,
Italy. Italy represented by
l'Italie, représentée par
Michel Minazzato, Luigi Festorazzi, Joella Ray, Jacopo Capagli, Riccardo Doni, winners of the gold medal and the World Rowing Under-19 Champions,
vainqueur de la médaille d'or et champion du monde des moins de 19 ans,
Australia. Australia, represented by
L'Australie, représentée par
Samuel Basher, Matthias Maloney, Thomas Maloney, Ambrose Hennessy, Henry Burton, Ladies and gentlemen, please join us for the national anthem of Australia.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour les nationales de l'Australie.
Let's hear it for our medalists.
Applaudissons nos médaillés.
Australia there with another gold medal, adding their total count now to 2 golds, 2 silvers, and 2 bronze. 6 medals total for the Australians. So we're now looking at the junior men's pair A final. 6 boats in this final. Lots of world-class talent in this U19 division. Lane 1, Great Britain. Fraser Burdett in the stroke seat. Romania in lane number 2, a medalist last year. Greece, also a medalist in lane 3 from last year's European Championships of this year. Germany in 4. Be Italy in lane 5, Lorenzo Krakow in the stroke seat. And then Spain in lane number 6, to be closest to the grandstands in about 2,000 meters.
Great Britain, Romania, Greece, Germany, Italy, Spain. Attention.
As the junior men's pairs off, talk about the importance of getting a quick start and how that affects the rest of your race.
Getting a quick start is definitely one of the most important things in a race. I feel like, yes, you don't count a boat out even if they have a bad start, but normally the crews that have the better start and get ahead right in the beginning end up performing the best because they don't have to catch up in the middle, they don't have to catch up at the end.
they can just keep making that gap bigger and bigger between the crews that are behind them.
We did see yesterday in the women's lightweight single sculls A final, Zoe Fitsu of Greece, she got out to the slowest start of the final, but ended out coming in the silver medal position, second place. So we see Greece right now in the 5th spot. Maybe as a nation, their strategy is maybe don't give it all at the beginning of the race, but give it all in the back half and catch up. Then we'll have to wait and see what happens with that. The leader is Germany at the moment. 15 meters difference between first and second, which happens to be Romania and Italy. 0.09 seconds difference between second and third place. So you see just how close this A final really is. Everyone within 2.5 boat lengths of each other as they surpassed the 2-minute mark in this A final. About 650 meters in that time. Again, this is the top 6 boats out of the 12 entries that entered this regatta. Romania their boat contains 2 gold medalists from the men's 4 last year at the World U19 Championships. And then talking about this season, at the European U19s, Romania and Greece won the gold and silver in that regatta. Serbia came 3rd place, and they were racing in the B finals earlier this morning, in which they came 2nd place overall there in the B final. So it's going to be interesting to see how Romania does, Greece does, as they were at their best a few months ago at the European Championships. But that doesn't matter here in St. Catharines, as Germany is out to a tremendous lead. 25 meters difference between themselves and Romania. Great Britain in the mix too at the top of your screen. Again, as they cross that 1,000 meter marker, that's where Henley Island starts, right below the camera that we see now. That's where the coaches and the athletes are supporting their boats from. That starts at the 1,000 meter marker, carries 500 meters. The water then opens up, and then we get to the grandstands. So who you're hearing now are fellow coaches and athletes from these nations rooting on the boats.
Looks like a close race for 2nd and 3rd between Great Britain and Romania, as we can see from that overhead view.
First across the 3/4 marker is Germany by a boat and a half in front of Romania and Great Britain, which is turning out to be an extremely close battle between the two boats in lanes 1 and 2. Romania again, the gold medalists of the European Championships a few months ago. They also have 2 of the 4 gold medalists from last year's World Championships in the men's 4. So again, cut the rowers in half in this boat class, and now 7 meters in front of the British and catching on Germany ever so slightly. 250 meters left to go. The red buoys are out. The rowers understand now is the time to push. You have only 200 meters remaining to make your final push and capture the medal that you desire, which is the gold. Romania 5 meters and closing in on the Germans, who have led this race by almost 20 meters up until this point. Romania, extremely fast speed, extremely fast stroke rate. 2 meters in closing now. It is going to be an extremely tight race between the two. Romania may have it. Germany still in the lead though. It all comes down to this. It looked like Romania may have done it. We will have to wait for the official times. It is, I believe, Spain. It is Romania who came back at the last second, narrowly beating the Germans. It was when in the last 500 meters they gave everything they had, and they will be your world champions here in 2024, St. Catharines, Canada, after a tremendous final push. Second place, the silver medal, will go to the Germans, who had the first 98% of the 2,000 meters were theirs in the lead. And then Spain beating out the European silver medalists of Greece to capture the bronze medal at the U19 World Championships. Wow. Just wow.
Yeah, that was an insane push from Romania.
As we turn our attention back to the junior women's pair who raced prior to this one, and their victory ceremony will get underway in just a few moments.
The victory ceremony for the World Rowing Under-19 Championships Women's Pair.
La cérémonie des médailles pour les championnats du monde des moins de 19 ans, 2 de pointe femmes.
The medals will be presented by
Les médailles seront présentées par
World Rowing Council member,
membre du Conseil de World Rowing,
Alex Muller, accompanied by
accompagné de
CEO of Electra,
PDG d'Electra, M. Brian Benz.
winners of the bronze medal,
Vainqueur de la médaille de bronze,
individual neutral athletes,
athlète individuel neutre,
AIN represented by
athlète individuel neutre représenté par
Diana Plisava, Kira Kavalenka, winners of the silver medal,
vainqueur de la médaille d'argent,
Greece. Greece represented by
la Grèce représentée par
Nefeli Ntara, Dimitra Papaioannou, winners of the gold medal and the World Rowing Under-19 champions.
Vainqueur de la médaille d'or et championne du monde des moins de 19 ans.
Romania! Romania, represented by
La Roumanie, représentée par
Iulica Ursu, Gabriela Tivodariu, Ladies and gentlemen, please join us for the national anthem of Romania.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne national de la Roumanie.
Let's hear it for our medalists.
Veuillez applaudir vos médaillés.
And with that, in both the junior women's and men's pair, Romania will capture gold, pushing them into second place in the medal standings with 5 gold medals, just behind Great Britain. Here are the junior women's 4. So again, Romania and Great Britain, top 2 in the medal standings. Germany is also there, who are in 3rd place. New Zealand in lane 1. This could be a big race for the standings. Romania in lane 2. Beside them, Great Britain in lane 3. Czechia in lane 4. France in lane 5. And then Germany, currently 3rd place in the medal standings in lane 6. Closest to the cameras on the water side.
New Zealand, Romania, Great Britain, Czechia, France, Germany. Attention.
The junior women's 4 is off the starting block, starting their 2,000-meter journey to the finish line. The stroke rates are all extremely similar as the British boat realigns to the center of their lane. A surprising boat that isn't in this A final. Italy was the reigning World U19 champions. Of course, they only had one returner from that boat. Found themselves in the B final earlier this morning without the chance to return to the World Championships as champions, two-time champions. Romania currently in 5th place. Again, all boats within 10 meters of each other. Romania took bronze last year. No returnees from that boat in 2023. The new lineup includes gold medalist from the women's pair last year, as they just won in the women's pair 2 races ago. Don't ignore the current leaders from Great Britain. They have a silver medalist from the U19s from 2023. A stacked lineup of boats here. Number of nations known for their rowing. Great Britain earlier this month had 8 Olympic medals in Paris. Romania had 5. Germany, who's also in this race, 23 meters behind the leader, Great Britain, had 2 medals at the Paris Olympics. Those 3 nations now top 3 at the World Championships in the medal standings. Great Britain leading Romania and Czechia in the 2nd and 3rd spots. Extremely close between them. 3rd and 4th is New Zealand and France, with Germany 10 meters behind the 5th place boat.
See Great Britain, who's currently in the lead right now, going strong. And if you look, Germany is bucket rigged. As we can see, we've seen a lot of bucket rigged boats in this regatta. I feel like bucket rigging, it is personal preference. It does depend on who your athletes are and who is in that boat. You need to make sure that each side is even as well, or you are going to row in circles. So that also might be a deciding factor in if a crew wants to bucket rig that boat.
Great Britain's Emily Nicholas in the bow seat on the left side of your screen there. At the age of 16 is racing in this A final. One of the youngest competitors at this regatta. Again, being 16 and one of the fastest boats in this race, hoping to be the first one over the finish line.
Romania and Great Britain are very close right now. Romania is actually out ahead right now, with Great Britain 2 meters behind. We'll have to see what their finish pieces have in store for us, and I think it's going to be a tight race in the end.
Czechia doing an amazing job keeping up with them, half a boat length behind the 2 leaders. But again, if Romania wins, they will be pushed into first place in the medal standings for this 2024 World Championships in St Catharines. If Great Britain wins, they will remain on top. Currently 1 medal in front of Romania. That being a bronze medal is the only difference in medal count between the 2 nations. Romania now over 1.5 seconds in front of Great Britain. As the race continues, the competition gets more and more spread out. The British will have to respond to what Romania as put together here. Czechia doing their best right now. Closing the gap, 7 meters behind Great Britain. Those will be your 3 boats as it stands, fighting for that medal contention. France, Germany, and New Zealand just a little too far away to make a push, unless perhaps a boat catches a crab. Romania, 11 meters now. We saw an amazing finish in the men's pair just before this one. Romania in the women's 4 doing the exact same now, increasing their lead over the British, who, as it stands, 150 meters left to go, does not have a response.
I'm sure everyone in the grandstand is super excited, everyone at home watching, everyone in the YouTube comments cheering on Romania, cheering on Great Britain, and every other crew in this race.
It will be Romania with about a 10-meter difference between themselves and Great Britain to capture the 3rd gold medal in a row for Romania here in this U19 World Championships. The silver to Great Britain, the bronze to Czechia. As you see, Romanians rowing with a flag in their boats.
Very patriotic. We saw with the double and the pair, they also had a flag out and ready once they won.
A dominant performance from the Romania as a nation right now. 3 gold medals in a row for them. And again, another amazing 500-meter push at the end to beat out Great Britain, who won the silver medal. Czechia 3rd place with a time of 7 minutes and 10 seconds as they rehydrate. Czechia now wins their first medal as we send it to the junior men's pair victory ceremony.
Board chair of Electra.
Président du conseil d'administration d'Electra, M. Norm Laubert.
Winners of the bronze medal.
Vainqueur de la médaille de bronze.
Spain! Spain, represented by
L'Espagne, représentée par
Rafael Gomez Guerrero, Ramon Palomino Gonechea, winners of the silver medal.
Vainqueur de la médaille d'argent.
Germany! Germany, represented by
L'Allemagne, représentée par
Lars Trampert, Maximilian Brill, winners of the gold medal and the World Rowing Under-19 champions.
Vainqueur de la médaille d'or et champion du monde des moins de 19 ans.
Romania! Romania, represented by
La Roumanie. Roumanie, représenté par
Mateusz Kosminciuk, Fabrizio Scripcario, Ladies and gentlemen, please join us for the national anthem of Romania.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne national de la Roumanie.
Let's hear it for our medalists.
Veuillez applaudir vos médaillés.
The junior men's 4, the fastest qualifying time was Romania, now looking for their 4th gold medal in a row here on the final day of competition. Of course, this afternoon session is all A finals. In lane number 1 is Germany, 3rd place on the medal standings. Czechia looking for their 3rd medal of the World Championships. They're in lane 2. Great Britain looking to get back in the lead of the medal standings after Romania took the lead last race. Italy in lane 4. Having a great World Championships with the world's best time in the lightweight single sculls for men. People's Republic of China in lane number 5. And that is the fastest qualifying time. The Romanians in lane 6, again looking for their 4th gold medal in a row here in the U19 World. Again, moments before the race starts, making sure everyone is sitting in their boats correctly, not moving too much, as the volunteers on the starting block hold their boats in place 2,000 meters before the finish line.
Each one of those boat holders have an earpiece in, and they are being communicated to move the boats in and out to make sure they are perfectly lined up at that starting line. And there's no advantage or disadvantage for any of the boats.
Again, we've only ever seen one
Czechia,
false start this week, and that was yesterday. No big deal, they just restarted.
Romania.
Giving everyone time
Attention.
to start again. The junior men's 4A final are off. Romania 48 strokes per minute, the highest in the group so far. People's Republic of China now 48 above Romania. Extremely important to get off to that fast start, although Romania, the past couple races, we've seen the final push at that 500 meter left to go in the race, the 1500 meter mark overall. They've been extremely disciplined when it comes to their final pushes. And now looking for their 4th gold medal in a row and to stay ahead of Great Britain in the medal standings. Again, you see Germany there in lane number 1. Their stroke rate has fell down to 38 strokes per minute, moving at just over 5 meters per second, as they're just about at that first quarter pillar, that big yellow pillar. So a good visual representation of all that 500 meter marks throughout the race here in St. Catharines, Canada. There you see just how close it all is between 6 boats. First and 6th, 15 meters difference.
You can hear how in time these athletes are as they go up and down that slide. If you're looking at Romania at the very bottom of your screen, how perfect their technique is, how large their puddles are. And then we have Italy, who is bucket rigged, which again, we've seen a lot of bucket rigged boats in this regatta, which is very surprising because it is not that common to see normally.
At least here in Canada. But again, it is up to the coach's discretion to think where to put each rower in the boat, and if they believe that their rowers are more suited to row in a bucket rigged boat, they will make that decision. And right now paying off as Italy is currently in the lead, followed 10 meters behind Romania. 11 meters, Great Britain will round out the top 3. People's Republic of China, half a boat difference between themselves and 2nd place.
We're coming up on that 1,000 meter mark. Probably going to start a piece very soon. Maybe Italy is going to try and pull away from the rest of those crews, but Romania, I feel, has something in store for us. They're going to start trying to catch up with Italy and get out ahead.
One of those nations we've seen here today that really turned it on in the last 500 meters and have taken medals away from some boats. As you see, they're extremely close to their buoys, have to readjust.
Which does add time, it adds seconds. Every readjustment that you have to do does add time, but they did it very well and they're back on course, straight down to the finish line.
20 meters now behind the Italians, who are in front by 16 meters. Again, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th within 5 meters of each other. And it was the Romanians who had to readjust, maybe losing a couple of seconds there. Need to bounce back within the last 600 meters now.
It might have cost them that readjustment because they are currently in 4th. Great Britain 15 meters behind Italy. People's Republic of China 16 meters behind. Great Britain and China are very close right now. It is going to be a race for 2nd and 3rd, I feel, in that last 250 meters.
Help. Kara Doggin in the 3rd seat for Great Britain was dealing with a back injury earlier on in this season. It is good to see him back in world-class condition, fighting for the World Championship title, currently in second place, 3 seconds behind first. Again, a lot of these athletes, their goal in the next upcoming 4 years is to make that Olympic Games in Los Angeles. A lot of them here, one of their first chances at international competition in international waters. So again, to get to that Olympic Games, you must go through trial and error, depending on your boat class, the people in your boat. A lot of different factors to play in their young rowing careers. Italy still 200 meters out from calling themselves world champions. 15 meters in front of Great Britain, who hold a 10-meter lead on the People's Republic of China. Romania, unlikely to win their 4th gold medal in a row here today. But it will be Italy in the men's 4 U19 division, calling themselves world champions here in St Catharines. Silver medal to Great Britain. People's Republic of China will win the bronze. Romania seconds away from that bronze medal as Czechia and Germany finish 5th and 6th. All of the sacrifice worth it now as they get to put the medals around their neck. 6:25.96 for Great Britain. 6:29.43 for the People's Republic of China. Good enough for the bronze medal. As we rewind one race and look at the victory ceremonies for the junior women's 4, as we turn it over to the PA announcer on the grandstand.
World Rowing Under-19 Championships, Women's 4.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie des médailles pour les championnats du monde des moins de 19 ans, 4 de pointe femmes.
The medals will be presented by
Les médailles seront présentées par
World Rowing Council Member,
membre du conseil de World Rowing,
Mehdi Garini, accompanied by
accompagné de
Board Chair of Electra,
président du conseil d'administration d'Electra, Norm Laubert.
winners of the bronze medal.
Vainqueur de la médaille de bronze.
Czechia! Czechia, represented by
La Tchéquie, représentée par
Simona Pavlikova, Ella Boldisova, Mikhaila Ulichna, Eva Slepitskova, winners of the silver medal.
Vainqueur de la médaille d'argent.
Great Britain! Great Britain represented by
La Grande-Bretagne, représentée par
Emily Nicholas, Acorn Cassidy. Emily Shaw. Martha Shepherd. Winners of the gold medal and the World Rowing Under 19 Champions.
Vainqueur de la médaille d'or et championne du monde des moins de 19 ans.
Romania represented by.
La Roumanie, représentée par.
Ionela Scutaru. Adina Florea. Stehara Olariu. Bianca Dragici. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us for the national anthem of Romania.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne national de la Roumanie.
Let's hear it for our medalists.
Veuillez applaudir vos médaillés.
As the victory ceremony take their photos, we turn our eyes to the Junior Women's Quad
Australia.
Sculls A final.
Great Britain.
It is Australia in lane
Poland.
1, Great Britain in lane
Italy.
2, Poland 3,
Germany.
Italy 4,
Czechia.
Germany 5, and
Attention.
Czechia 6. As they get off, the volunteers let go of the boats. 2,000 meters to the finals. Another amazing race with a lot of these boats having a high pedigree of talent, a lot of good resumes of the rowers on these boats, as Australia and Italy have the highest stroke rate at 44 And now dropping to 40 is Italy, strokes per minute. Two out of the 3 medal-winning boats from the European U19s are in this race. Italy and Poland, both in the center lanes. Again, had the best qualifying time for this A final. Germany, who's currently in the lead, 2 meters in front of Italy. Won gold in this boat class last year at the U19 World Championships. No returners from that crew. And they didn't race in this boat class in the European U19s. So it'll be interesting if they didn't maybe want to show their tactics in that regatta, but are turning up for this one. Not even 1 second between 1, 2, and 3. Poland, who won a medal at the European U19s this season, currently in 5th place, only in front of Australia, who are in lane 1 at the top of your screen. But again, a great visual representation of how close these boats are between 1st and 6th. 1 boat difference. We've seen plenty of races come down to the last 500 meters. And the biggest comeback we've seen was from 20 meters difference between boats within the last 200 meters of the race. So with 800 meters into this one, it would be silly to count out anyone, as Australia is the farthest behind, 30 meters back. But I would imagine they're going to be putting a piece together here as they approach the halfway point.
The course is still very, very flat. Beautiful weather out today for these athletes. Looks like a little bit of a headwind, but not too bad. Definitely better than a crosswind.
Yeah, 27 degrees Celsius outside today and sunny. No protection from clouds while you're on the water.
Definitely the only downside is the sun, and it also reflects off the water, which makes it even more hot while you're rowing. But once you're finished, you can put your legs in the water, put your hands in the water, and cool down a bit.
Like you said, it's a wind 4 kilometers an hour coming from the northwest. So headwind with a little bit of crosswind, but 4 kilometers an hour. Nothing too difficult to navigate. As again, the top 4 boats right now within 10 meters of each other. Italy in the lead. A medal winner from the European U19s earlier this season. Poland, the other medal winner of that regatta, not in the top 4. They find themselves in 5th place behind Czechia. Again, women's quad sculls. No coxie in the boat for this boat class. So it's up to the 4 rowers to communicate within themselves. Stroke rates, where in the lane they are. You want to be the straightest from start to finish and not waste any energy. We saw in the last race how that messed up Romania a little bit. And maybe lost half a second, which was the difference between 3rd and 4th. Italy 1, Great Britain 2, Germany 3, Czechia 4, within 20 meters of each other as they have 300 meters left to go. Now's the time to put your last piece together, make up the difference. Rauter in the third seat for Germany. Currently in third place right now, just started rowing in January of 2023. 2 years later, now fighting for a medal position here at the World Championships in 2024, St Catharines, Canada. Italy 5 meters in front of Great Britain. And it looks like Italy will claim another gold medal here today in St. Catharines, Canada, in front of Great Britain. Third place between Czechia and Germany. It seems to have gone to Czechia. Excuse me, not Czechia, Poland. Has 1 and 2 finish. Italy 6:56.14. Great Britain second, 6:57.49. Third place waiting for that official time. It is Germany, 7 minutes, 41 seconds. I want to see who came fourth and how narrow that was. It was the same time between themselves and Poland, coming down to 1,000th of a second. So Germany, third place, coming down to 1,000th of a second between themselves and fourth place. Again, that was the closest race we've seen all week. The same thing happened on Sunday, but not in an A final. It's crazy just how close that was. Again, Swiss timing here in St. Catharines, making sure they get that correct every time with the boats crossing the finish line. So close within each other as we turn our eyes to the PA announcer on the grandstands for the victory ceremony of the previous race.
The medals will be presented by
Les médailles seront présentées par
World Rowing Council member
membre du Conseil de World Rowing,
Alex Muller, accompanied by
accompagné de
President of Niagara College,
président du Niagara College, Monsieur Sean Kennedy.
Winners of the bronze medal,
Vainqueur de la médaille de bronze,
the People's Republic of China. The People's Republic of China, represented by
République populaire de Chine, représentée par
Lin Jian, Luo Zhuancheng, Zhu Xinche, Guo Jinmeng. Winners of the silver medal,
vainqueur de la médaille d'argent,
Great Britain. Great Britain represented by
Grande-Bretagne, représentée par
Gabriel George, Christian Rees, Alp Caradogan, Patrick Wild. Winners of the gold medal and the World Rowing Under 19 champions.
Vainqueur de la médaille d'or et champion du monde de moins de 19 ans.
Italy! Italy, represented by
L'Italie, représentée par
Leonardo Sostegni, Luca Cassina, Filippo Bancora, Giovanni Paoli. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us for the national anthem of Italy.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne national de l'Italie.
Let's hear it for our medalists.
Veuillez applaudir vos médaillés.
With the two last gold medals going to Italy, they find themselves in third place behind Romania and Great Britain in the medal standings here at the 2024 World Rowing Championships. And with another chance to win gold is Italy in lane 4. Again, that would be their third gold medal in a row. Already done today by Romania, not in this race. Ireland in lane 1. Michael McGrath in the bow. Czechia in lane number 2, looking for their third medal of these U19 championships. Germany in 3. Talked about them a little. Italy in 4, looking for their third gold medal in a row at the U19 World Championships. Poland in lane number 5. They broke a world's best time in the women's pair yesterday. And the Netherlands in lane number 6 to round out the A final for this men's quad sculls.
Ireland,
the U19 division.
Czechia, Germany, Italy, Poland, the Netherlands. Attention.
The 8th race of this afternoon session is underway here on day 8 of 8 of the 2024 World Rowing Championships in St. Catharines, Canada. The second time they've hosted the World Championships. The last time was 25 years ago in 1999. None of these athletes would have been born to be in that regatta. But here contending for medals as they get off to a fast start. It is Germany in the lead, followed closely by Czechia and Italy. Ireland 20 meters behind through 300 meters as they'll look to catch up before the halfway marker and put a little bit of a piece together. Now, rowing is an extremely technical sport. You need power, you need endurance, but above all that, you need technique and rhythm with your crewmates.
In each stroke, there's so much that goes into it. At the catch, which is where you are all the way at the top, your legs are bent. You drop the blades down into the water, getting that V-splash, backing in the blade almost. And then your legs go down. Rowing is really, it's all about the legs. You have to have so much strength and power. So you shoot those legs down, and then you lean back, so your lay back, and then your arms follow into the finish. That's where you feather your blades. They come out of the water, then you tap down, making sure your blades are coming off the water when you are going back up to the catch. You straighten your arms, you hinge at the hips forward, and then you go up the slide, and you repeat it all over again, over and over, every single stroke, making sure you have power, making sure you guys are all in sync. It is amazing how well these athletes can row together and stay in time, setting up the boat, making sure everything is perfect with all the things they have to think about. Steering, power, technique, as well as the mental aspect of this sport. It is so hard on you, especially in these 2,000 meter races in the heat. It is a big mental game, big physical game. It is amazing how well these athletes do in this regatta.
All those things you mentioned, and then you add the difference between sweeping and sculling into it, as there's the two different disciplines. Germany with a 2-second lead through the halfway point. They are the defending world champions. Only one returning crew member from last year, Oscar Cross, looking to be on top of the podium once again this year, as they're 12 meters ahead of Italy, 15 meters in front of Czechia. As you see, the bottom three boats maybe a little bit far away from that medal contention, but still a lot of race left, and with all of that technique that could possibly go wrong, the race is never really finished. Again, in this boat class at the U19 European Championships, out of these 6 boats, there were the gold, silver, and bronze medalists of this year's Europeans, as well as the young Dutch crew, maybe being a little bit inspired by the gold medal won at the Paris 2024 Olympic Games in this boat class by the senior division. They find themselves in 6th place behind Ireland. Again, all of these crews are extremely young. and give it 4 years, we might see this Netherlands team fighting for that gold medal in the LA Olympic Games in 2028. We've seen a lot of pushes come in these last 500 meters. Italy right now at the fastest time out of any boat right now at 5.28 meters per second, increasing their stroke rate just under 40 strokes per minute. Germany right now still at 36 at a slightly slower speed as well. Italy trying to close that gap. It's 9 meters and counting towards the Germans. Germans looking to defend their title from last year's U19. Oscar Kraus knows what it takes to win. And I bet he's screaming at his crewmates right now to push with those legs till the finish. It's not over until it's over. Italy catching up. Czechia 20 meters behind, looks to have bronze medal safely secured. Probably won't catch up to the silver medalist, which will be Italy. Germany responding to that final push, taking the golds here in 2024. Back-to-back world champions for Germany in the junior men's quad sculls. Italy will take the silver. Czechia with the bronze. As you see the celebrations commencing, all of that hard work leading up to this end of the season World Championships, exactly how you want it to finish. One, two, three, Germany, Italy, Czechia in the junior men's quadruple sculls here in 2024, St. Catharines, Canada. As we look at the women's quadruple sculls victory ceremony starting momentarily.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the 2024 World Rowing Under-19 Championships Women's Quadruple Sculls.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie des médailles pour les championnats du monde des moins de 19 ans, 4 de couple femmes.
The medals will be presented by Executive Director World Rowing.
Les médailles seront présentées par le directeur exécutif de World Rowing.
Vincent Gaillard,
accompagné de
President of Niagara College,
président de Niagara College, Mr. Sean Kennedy.
Winners of the bronze medal.
Vainqueur de la médaille de bronze.
Germany! Germany represented by
l'Allemagne représentée par
Charlotte Schultz, Antonia Schleusler, Lanea Reuter, Tia Heisler, winners of the silver medal.
Vainqueur de la médaille d'argent.
Great Britain! Great Britain represented by
Grande-Bretagne représentée par
Eloise Etherington, Catherine Gardner. Amalka Delavante. Mia Lawrence. Winners of the gold medal and the World Rowing Under 19 Champions.
Vainqueur de la médaille d'or et championne du monde des moins de 19 ans.
Italy! Italy, represented by
L'Italie, représentée par
Remy De Vincenzi, Beatrice Ravini Parelli, Valentina Mascaroni, Melissa Shincariol, Ladies and gentlemen, please join us for the national anthem of Italy.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne national de l'Italie.
Let's hear it for our medalists.
Veuillez applaudir vos médaillés.
You can still rock.
The junior women's double sculls event starting now. The A finals. Great Britain had the fastest qualifying time, 7 minutes and 6 seconds. As you see, that's where each nation will start in lanes 1 to 6. Number 1, Germany. Anna Keller in the stroke seat. For Spain, in lane number 2, Greece in lane number 3. Great Britain in 4, again, the fastest qualifying times, currently second in the medal standings. In first in the medal standings is Romania. They're in lane number 5, looking to continue and add to their lead. And then there's Italy, who's had an amazing afternoon in lane 6, currently 4th place in the medal standings.
Germany, Spain, Greece.
We can see those boat holders holding those boats, and then they're on these metal fingers that are floating in the water, and you can see sitting on the platform is another set of boat holders, and they have to move the fingers in and out if the boat holder can't push the actual boat out far enough. So it's a lot of volunteers that go into these regattas. There's so many people at the starting gates, at the finish line, out on the course, safety boats, umpires, everything. There's so many volunteers that we are so thankful for that helps this regatta run as smoothly as it does.
To set the stage for this race, 1, 2, 3, and 4 in the medal standings are at Romania in 1, Great Britain in 2, Germany in 3, and Italy in 4. Only 2 gold medals difference between those 4 nations. In this race, we have all of those countries and nations represented. Great Britain in the lead currently. If they win this race, the medal count, they will move into first ahead of Romania, who are currently in 4th place, flip-flopping with Germany, who is in 3rd, and Italy, 20 meters behind, are in 4th place in medal contention. This boat class will see quite a few medalists from last year's World 19 Championship. Great Britain's duo of Olivia Cheesemer and Violet Hallbro Brooksbank might have a little bit of a small edge on the rest of the field, being one of those medalists. It was the Greek boat who won gold in the European U19 Championships earlier this year. And again, we talk about experience at an international level. Any experience cannot be understated. As you see there, in 2nd place, only behind Great Britain. Top 5 within 20 meters of each other. Not as close as we've seen it, but definitely possible to put a piece together and catch up without too much hassle. As we get word earlier on in the day, in the women's 4 U19 A final, the difference between the 2 boats in medal contention was 0.002 seconds. 2 milliseconds between 3rd place and 4th place in the bronze medal. That is how close the races have been today in the afternoon session. All boats fighting for that world champion title. If you're just joining us, my name is Mike Inuitz here with Yana Paquin on the broadcast here in St Catharines, Canada at the 2024 World Rowing Championships. Today has been all about the juniors U19 finals. We're witnessing the A finals in the junior women's double sculls now. It's Great Britain in the lead. 16-meter difference between themselves and the Greek boat. And we might see another close finish for the bronze medal between Germany and Romania, as they are right beside each other Germany in lane 1, Romania in lane 5. Again, maybe we'll see a little bit of the lane come into play here depending on where they're at. They have to face different water conditions depending on the course here in St. Catharines. You can hear the coaches on the Henley Island giving their last little bit of support and coaching right until the athletes pass the Henley Island, and then it'll be up to the fans at the grandstand to give their support. 5 minutes, 30 seconds into this race. Now crossing the 1,500-meter pillar in the water. Great Britain 1, Greece 2, and then Romania and Germany still right next to each other. As you see just how close it is, Romania just with 1 meter difference between themselves and Germany. Half a second. And that's the half a second difference at the 1,500-meter mark at the finals. At the finish line, we saw a 2 millisecond difference between third and fourth, as we might get treated to something special here, as Romania has been known to put up an extreme push in the last 500 meters, as they won 3 gold medals in a row earlier this afternoon. Italy did the same, winning 2 gold medals in a row, now 71 meters back of the leader in Great Britain in the white and blue. And in the blue next to them is Greece, who has caught up 2 meters back now. An amazing push. As you see, the speed is 2 kilometers faster than the British. And again, a race for first place and then a race for third, as 3, 4, and 5 are all within 2 meters of each other. We are being treated to some delightful racing here to finish off this week at the 2024 World Rowing Championships. Greece now up 15 meters in front of Great Britain. It will be Greece crowning themselves as world champions in St. Catharines here. Gold medal with an amazing 500 meters. It will be the British in second.
Third is very close there. We'll have to
I want to say Spain, but it could have been anyone else. Of course, the gold medal world champions there in the blue. Silver is Great Britain, who had an amazing race, fell off just a little bit at the end. The heat might have gotten to them. Third place was the Spaniards. Bronze medal, as you can see, just their enjoyment. Coming back again, a great final push. It looked like to be between Romania and Germany. Spain, though, stealing that bronze medal away. Romania and Germany thought they had in their grasp. As we look back one race, we'll get to the victory ceremony of the junior men's quad sculls in just a few moments.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the 2024 World Rowing Under-19 Championships, Men's Quadruple Sculls.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie des médailles pour les championnats du monde des moins de 19 ans, 4 de couple hommes.
The medals will be presented by
Les médailles seront présentées par
Executive Director of World Rowing,
Directeur exécutif de World Rowing,
Vincent Gaillard, accompanied by
accompagné de
President of Niagara College.
Président du Niagara College, Sean Kennedy.
Winners of the bronze medal.
Vainqueur de la médaille de bronze.
Czechia. Czechia, represented by
La Tchéquie, représentée par
Matej Smyčkal, Martin Huška, Tomat Kala, Antonin Strelba, winners of the silver medal.
Vainqueur de la médaille d'argent.
Italy! Italy represented by
L'Italie, représentée par
Pietro Zampaglione, Josef Marvucic, Andrea Frigo, Maximilian Riboni, winners of the gold medal and the World Rowing Under-19 champions.
Vainqueur de la médaille d'or et champion du monde des moins de 19 ans.
Germany! Germany, represented by
L'Allemagne, représentée par
Jonathan Ebel, Felix Krones, Oscar Krause, Mads Schmid, Ladies and gentlemen, please join us for the national anthem of Germany.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne national de l'Allemagne.
Let's hear it, ladies and gentlemen, for our medalists.
Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez applaudir vos médaillés.
With that gold medal, put Germany in third place with a total of 12 medals, 5 gold, 2 silver, 5 bronze, as we turn our attention to the junior men's double sculls. It's France right now in this race looking for their first gold medal.
Australia, Germany, France,
Australia in lane
Greece,
1, Germany in 2, France
AIA,
in 3, Greece
Italy.
in 4.
Attention.
Individual neutral athletes representing themselves in lane 5, and Italy in lane 6. As that race gets underway, all of their stroke speeds well above 40 strokes per minute as they now get into their race pace. France, one of the fastest times to qualify for this A final, in the middle lane. They have a total of 5 medals, although still looking for their first gold. They have 1 silver and 4 bronze medals. Right now, it looks to be their best chance to capture their first gold here at the World Championships. Currently 2 meters behind the leader, represented themselves, the individual neutral athletes. Again, all boats within 10 meters of each other. Let's hope this stays so we get another photo finish like we saw earlier today.
The individual neutral athletes out ahead, Greece not far behind. And then we have France in third currently, 4 meters from the leader. Looks like Greece is a little bit out ahead, a little bit further ahead than the individual neutral athletes. They might be picking up the power here. They're still at a rate of 37, which is quite high. Individual neutral athletes at a rate of 34.
Julius Klein in the bow of the German boat. This past winter, his kneecap popped out, which again is one of those injuries. It's very hard to train, especially when you're rowing and it's 60% of your legs when you have your knee recovering from that type of injury. But it is awesome to see him here now competing for a medal, only 17 meters behind the Greek boat. Another very competitive boat class. Several previous world and European medalists among the total of 20 entries. Of course, Greece is one of the favorites. They've already claimed gold this season at the European U19s, as well as Kolopoulos in that boat. He went to the final of the Olympic qualification regatta in Lucerne, where he finished 5th place, just failing to qualify for the Paris 2024 Olympics. He's in the stroke seat for Greece at the age of 17, coming 5th place at the Olympic qualifiers. He's definitely in a great position in his career to push for those 2028 Olympics in 4 years, as he was so close now at only the age of 17. His crewmate in the boat, Yanulis, only 16 years old. So if this duo sticks together, a very bright future for them. And right now they find themselves 20 meters in front of their competition here at the World Championships in St Catharines, Canada.
From this overhead view, we can see their puddles that these athletes are producing. Very large, powerful strokes every single time. That's why they are moving so fast. We've got Greece moving at 4.7 meters per second at a rate of 37, and it's only going to increase, I feel, once they get to that last 250 meters. Close behind, we have, looks like Australia is coming up in second right now, and we've got the individual neutral athletes in third. Australia is trying to close that gap between them and Greece. They're at 19 meters away. 18 meters now, it keeps going down. I'm sure they'll put a piece together once they get to that last 250 meters, trying to make the gap bigger between them and the individual neutral athletes.
That's exactly what I was going to say, Yana, is when you're out in front of everyone, you can see where the other boats behind you are. And as long as you're not surprised by one of the pieces put together by another boat, then you can react and counter push them. As it stands right now, Greece will win, joining their medal case of the European Championships in the U19. Will now win at the world stage, adding to their medal count for Greece with 2 golds, 3 silver. It will now be 3 golds and 3 silver, barring anything unexpected here. Again, a real close one between second, third, and fourth. Germany right now is in the second place, but Australia is right there. We'll have to wait for the photo finish.
Looks like Germany might take it.
Greece world champions, Germany silver, Australia bronze is what the eye test says. The individual neutral athletes falling behind greatly. World champions for Greece, European champions for Greece. An amazing season for that boat. Second place is Germany. Third place will be Australia for the bronze medal.
Fourth, we have France. Fifth, we have the individual neutral athletes. And sixth, we have Italy.
An amazing race as we turn our attention to the victory ceremonies at the grandstands.
19 championships, women's double sculls.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie des médailles pour les championnats du monde des moins de 19 ans, de couple femmes.
The medals will be presented by
Les médailles seront présentées par
Executive Committee member,
membres du comité exécutif,
Patrick Rombaud, accompanied by
accompagné de
President of Niagara College,
président de Niagara College, Sean Kennedy.
winners of the bronze medal,
Vainqueur de la médaille de bronze,
Spain. Spain represented by
l'Espagne, représentée par
Carla Ramasha Pushko, Esther Fuerte Chacon, Winners of the silver medal.
Vainqueur de la médaille d'argent.
Great Britain! Great Britain, represented by
Grande-Bretagne, représentée par
Olivia Cheeseman, Violet Holbrook Brooksbank, winners of the gold medal and the World Rowing Under-19 champions.
vainqueur de la médaille d'or et championne du monde des moins de 19 ans.
Greece! Greece, represented by
La Grèce, représentée par
Gabriela Lioliou, Barbara Likomitru, Ladies and gentlemen, please join us for the national anthem of Greece.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne national de la Grèce.
Let's hear it for our medalists.
Veuillez applaudir vos médaillés.
Welcome back to the 2024 World Rowing Championships. 4 races left to go. We have the women's 8, the women's and men's single sculls, and then finishing off the day with the men's 8.
3 minutes.
As it stands now, Romania is in the lead with 6 gold medals, with 3 of those gold medals coming in a row here on this Sunday afternoon. Great Britain in number 2 with a total of 10 medals, 5 golds. Germany, 13 total medals, 5 golds. Italy in 4th with 15 total medals. So again, dominant performance by those top 4 nations. My name is Micah Newitz here with Jana Paquin on the broadcast. Jana, this 8 is one of the most interesting races we'll see throughout the week. What are you looking forward to most?
2 minutes.
I'm excited to see the men's 8 race. 8s are my favorite boat to watch, and I'm really excited for the men's because there's so much power in those boats, as well as with the women. I'm excited to watch this one as well. It should be a really interesting race we have here. We have Germany in lane 1, Austria lane 2, Great Britain lane 3, United States of America lane 4, Italy lane 5, and Canada lane 6.
Yeah.
We'll see all the crew members now on your screen.
Again, yeah, lane 1 is in Germany, lane 2 Austria. All of these boats would have faced a preliminary earlier this week to find out these exact lanes that they wanted. Great Britain, it was in lane 3. USA, who had the fastest qualifying time in that preliminary race, here in lane 4, Lucy Herrick is the coxswain. Carly Brown in the stroke seat. Italy in 5. Looking to improve on the 4th place medal standings they are right now. Canada in lane 6, looking for their first medal as the host country. One of their last opportunities to do so with the last 4 races. They will be in this race and the next one, which is the junior men's single sculls.
Yellow card. You can still row. The sides of your uniform are not uniform. All right? You can still row.
As we see the official telling
Germany.
one of the teams there that they have a yellow card, they're still going to row. But something about their jerseys didn't make qualification.
Canada.
So interesting to see how that plays out.
Every uni needs to be the exact same. All of these athletes need to have the exact same uniform in their boats. And yes, they can receive a warning yellow card if they do not abide by those rules. But we are underway on this women's 8. Right now we have everyone kind of above a 40 strokes per minute, the highest being USA with a rate of 45. They are currently the leaders of this race, with Great Britain close behind, 5 meters.
USA, the team to beat, as they had the fastest qualifying time into this final. A very hot day here in St. Catharines, Canada, 27 degrees. It says cloudy, but looking on the screen, seems bright enough to me. Again, the wind is pushing against these boats, 6 kilometers an hour, 14 kilometers an hour gusts of wind, the highest we will see today. Again, that's coming from the northwest, so pushing back against these boats in a little bit of a crosswind As of right now, they're protected by the Henley Island and the trees you see in the background. But once they pass that 1,500 meter marker, that crosswind will definitely be able to push these boats a little bit out of balance.
Definitely, but they do have a coxswain, which makes sure they stay on course. It is very difficult to have everyone stay in time, but these athletes are so well trained. It must be pretty easy for them. And then something really cool is these boats are actually two pieces that are joined at the middle, because you are not allowed to have an open trailer in Europe, so all of these boats have to be two pieces to fit inside of those trailers, which is something you don't see, because here in Canada we have open trailers and usually you just transport the 8 as one whole boat.
USA 15 meters in front of Great Britain, who find themselves in the silver medal position. Italy 31 meters back, Austria 40, Germany and Canada flip-flopping through 5th and 6th as they're 45 meters back. Canada's chance for a medal in this race slowly slipping away unless they can really keep a high pace, a high stroke rate through the last 1,100 meters. But again, a little unlikely for that to happen. Of course, with it being so hot and so sunny, you have to really focus on keeping your body temperature down as much as possible, as we get a good listen to what the coxies are saying to their rowers.
A coxswain does so much in these boats, having to control 8 people and make sure they all stay in time, and they're focused on their race plan, focused on the race at hand. The coxswain will remind them of everything they need to do, everything they need to be thinking about, including their race plan, including technique and power. You can see how into it these coxswains are, how much they want it, as well as the athletes. You can see on their faces all the power they're putting into every single stroke. And here with this overhead view, we can see their puddles being propelled past the boat, and they are going as fast as they can to that finish line.
Again, if you're new to rowing, you might think anyone could really be a coxswain, but you have to be extremely smart and intellectual about rowing. You have to be able to communicate a whole lot of things to your rowers throughout the race. And again, it is a little bit of a physical thing as well, as you have to be a minimum of 55 kilograms in weight. But again, you don't want to be too over that, because then it slows the boat down. So being able to keep a low weight, stay active, is also extremely difficult for these coxies.
During the winter, those coxies will train with their crews. There are erg competitions where coxies can compete against other coxies, which is very cool that they have the opportunity to do that as well. And these girls are passing that 1,500 meter mark. They're coming up on that last 500 meters. When the buoys turn red, they know that there's only 250 meters left of that race, and that is their time to shine.
In second place, 5 seconds back, is Great Britain. They are the reigning world champions in this boat class. Although they have a brand new lineup in the boats, Italy in third place. They have 6 gold or silver medalists from last year's 8 coming back. So it looks right now they'll be good enough for the bronze medal. The USA won this boat class in 2022, and this year's crew includes 3 gold medalists from the women's Cox 4 that won U19 gold last year. USA putting up an extremely dominant performance as they're 27 meters in front of Great Britain, again, who are the reigning world champions. As we come up the last 150 meters, the last piece put together here, everything you got in your legs must be put out. USA looking to win like they did back in 2022. taken away by the British last year, looking to reclaim their title as world champions. And that is exactly what they'll do here in St. Catharines, Canada. First to the Americans. Second will go to Great Britain. Third, Italy will round out your gold, silver, and bronze medalists. Austria 4, Germany 5, Canada, the host country, in 6th in this women's 8. As you see, the celebrations will commence for these rowers. USA world champions, Great Britain, unfortunately falling to that silver place position from last year. And then Italy, the bronze position, as we look at the junior men's double sculls from the race previous and their victory ceremony getting underway now.
Pour le championnat du monde des moins de 19 ans, de couple hommes.
The medals will be presented by
Les médailles seront présentées par
Executive Committee Member
membre du comité exécutif
Patrick Rombo, accompanied by
accompagné de
Mayor of the City of St Catharines,
le maire de la ville de St Catharines, Matt Cisco.
winners of the bronze medal,
Vainqueur de la médaille de bronze,
Australia! Australia, represented by
l'Australie, représentée par
Luca Free, Alexander Williams, winners of the silver medal,
vainqueur de la médaille d'argent,
Germany! Germany, represented by
l'Allemagne, représentée par
Julius Klein, Simon Gimplinger, winners of the gold medal and the World Rowing Under-19 champions.
Vainqueur de la médaille d'or et champion du monde des moins de 19 ans.
Greece! Greece represented by
La Grèce, représentée par
Konstantinos Giannoulis, Nikolaos Chalopoulos, Ladies and gentlemen, please join us for the national anthem of Greece.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne national de la Grèce.
gentlemen, let's hear it for our medalists.
Veuillez applaudir vos médaillés, mesdames et messieurs.
Two minutes.
The rowers in the junior men's single sculls hoping to celebrate in the victory ceremony like we saw moments earlier. 6:55.86 for the Greek rower will be the fastest time to qualify for this A final.
Ladies and gentlemen,
he won his semifinal. Germany won the other one. In lane one, Canada, Lucas Moroney Babagluia had the fourth fastest qualifying time. The individual neutral athlete in lane two. Winner of the second semifinal, Germany in lane three. The fastest qualifying time, Greece in lane four. William Rogers of Australia will be in lane five. And William McLean of Switzerland will be in lane six.
Canada.
As we get set for
Germany.
this race to get underway.
Greece. Australia.
You see the water pushing a little bit against the boats towards the finish line. Still great conditions. As the race starts, you can see the Greek rower really getting after it at the beginning. Wants to get off to an extremely fast pace, as it was up to 50 strokes per minute, now down to 45. Is the Australian who has the highest. In lane five, William Rogers. Again, we've seen different strategies come out of the starting blocks. We've seen a few Greece rowers start a little slower and then finish fast, like Zoe Fitsu, the lightweight women's single sculls silver medalist. This time, though, the Greek rower opts to get off to a quick start. He wants to be leading for as long as possible until he gets to the finish line. The only returning medalist from last year's World U19s is the rower from Greece. He was the second place finisher in 2023, undoubtedly looking to improve on that. It was Switzerland's William McLean in lane number 6, who claimed silver in the European U19s earlier this year. only behind Makrianis of Greece.
Looks like Greece might have gotten off to a little bit of too fast of a start, because he's a little bit behind now as the individual neutral athlete is in first.
Again, it doesn't matter what the qualifying time was to get into this race. It only matters if you can perform on finals day and get your nation a medal. Canada, this will be their second last chance to win a medal. They have a rower here, Lucas Moroney, and they'll have a crew in the last race of the day, the men's 8. So the last 2 opportunities for the host country to get their first medal of the week.
Lucas is very local. He coaches Learn to Rows and students at Notre Dame Rowing Club in Welland.
So he'll be used to this course. He'll be used to this water, having trained here many times and having competed here as well. He finds himself in 6th place, just behind William McLean of Switzerland. It still is Hybruski, the individual neutral athlete, ahead, 20 meters in front of the second fastest qualifying time, the German. And then it is Makrianis, the European champion, the silver medalist from this boat class just a year prior to this, is just under 5 seconds behind as we cross halfway to the finish line. This is a good time to show just a little bit of the seaweed that is usually pulled from the bottom of the course and moved to the sides. But sometimes, of course, throughout the week, some of that seaweed can move over to the lanes. We've seen today a few boats catch a couple crabs, whether it has to do with the seaweed or just a little miscommunication between rowers.
They might have just had a poor stroke, or just their blade went in the water a little bit wrong. If the blade goes in the water slightly angled, sometimes it can get sucked under and just catch really weirdly, and then there's nothing you can really do about that but collect yourself and get back into the race.
The individual neutral athlete Hybruski still in the lead, 21 meters in front of Germany. The reigning silver medalist of the U19 World Champions finds himself in 3rd. Makrianis, of course, won the European Championships earlier this season, right in front of William McLean, who finds himself in 5th place behind Australia's William Rogers. Such a mentally, physically tasking event, being solo in the boat. No one to support you from either in front or behind. It is all going to come from the sidelines. And once we get 200 meters to the finish line, it will come from the fans. Greece now, Makrianis kicking it into high gear, giving it everything he has. He has to make up 20 meters within the last 300 meters to look to improve on his silver medal that he won last year.
Greece is walking on Germany here. He's closing that gap between him and the individual neutral athlete. Greece is now in 2nd, Germany in 3rd. I think Greece is going to continue closing that gap. They're at a rate of 36.
Hybruski must see that, he must see that Macrianis is making his way closer. He has to hope that he either has more power in his legs or hope that the lead he had himself was enough to name himself the world champion instead of Macrianis, who is now 7 meters and counting, closing that gap. We have about 50 meters left to go here in 2024 World Rowing Championships. Macrianis trying to catch. They're neck and neck right now. It will be Macrianis of Greece improving on his silver medal from last year. World champion as he takes a bow for the grandstands. A really impressive race there. From start to finish, he played his strategy extremely well. He kept his cards close to his chest, not taking the lead until the final 50 meters. Again, second place was Habruski. The individual neutral athlete was leading from the start line until 1,950 meters until Macrianis caught up. And third was the German in lane 3, who had the second fastest qualifying time to get into this final. Will take home the bronze medal. And I'm sure we'll return to those faces once again. But for now, the women's 8 victory ceremony is underway.
La cérémonie des médailles pour les championnats du monde des moins de 19 ans, 8 de pointe femmes.
The medals will be presented by
Les médailles seront présentées par
Vice President of World Rowing,
vice-présidente de World Rowing,
Tricia Smith, accompanied by
accompagnée de
Member of Provincial Parliament of St Catharines,
membre du Parlement provincial St Catharines, Madame Jenny Stevens.
winners of the bronze medal,
Vainqueur de la médaille de bronze,
Italy! Italy represented by
l'Italie, représentée par
Maria Cravatin, Letizia Matorana, Carolina Cassani, Sara Caterisano, Matilda Orsetti, Giulia Orefice, Marta Orefice, Vittoria Pastorelli, Margherita Fanci, winners of the silver medal,
vainqueur de la médaille d'argent,
Great Britain! Great Britain, represented by
Grande-Bretagne, représentée par
Abigail Smith, Ansley Vickers, Emily Downing, Isabella Haptank-Toshiska, Sophie Sinclair, Amelia Westbrook, Ava Turnham, Sophie Heisman, Victor Bouquet, winners of the gold medal and the World Rowing Under 19 Champions.
Vainqueur de la médaille d'or et championne du monde des moins de 19 ans.
The United States of America. The USA represented by.
Les États-Unis sont représentés par
Delaney Lundberg, Emily Tierney, Leah Nathan, Cecily Shaver, Claire Van Praag, Charlotte Jett, Lauren Dubois, Carly Brown, Lucy Herrick, Ladies and gentlemen, please join us for the national anthem of the United States of America.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne national des États-Unis.
Let's hear it for our medalists.
Veuillez applaudir vos médaillés.
After USA winning the women's 8, they find themselves in 7th place on the medal standings. As we turn our eyes towards the women's single sculls, U19 in lane 1, Germany. Lane 2, South Africa, Price Hughes. The fastest qualifying time from Romania. In lane 3, lane 4, Brazil. Lane 5,
Germany,
Austria,
South Africa,
Hauser.
Romania, Brazil,
The People's Republic of
Austria,
China, Ixwen
China.
Hu in lane 6.
Attention.
As the singles are off in the women's U19. Lots of firepower that we'll talk about through this race. The reigning world champion on your screen now from Romania, looking to add to what's already been an extremely successful day for Romania. 6 gold medals, with the majority of those coming today. Again, Germany in this race. Winning this gold medal will move them in front of Great Britain to be 2nd in the medal standings. And with this being the second last race of the day, not a lot of movement left to be made between too many nations here. Through the first 300 meters, Romania 1, Brazil 2, South Africa 3, Germany 4, Austria 5, and China 6, all within 15 meters of each other. The 2023 gold medalist Bianca Camelia of Romania is undoubtedly going to be coming into this race looking to defend her title from last year. She also started this 2024 season, having won the gold medal in the European U19 Championships. One of the favorites in this race. Another rower from the European Championships who did extremely well was Stober from Germany. And of course, don't count out South Africa's Price Hughes, no stranger to international racing, having been in the final of the double sculls of last year's World Rowing U19 Championships. It'll be interesting to see what she can do here in the single. She finds herself only behind the reigning world champion, 4 meters behind Romania. One race after this, the men's 8. 700 meters into this one, the junior women's single sculls. Romania looking to defend her title as she won last year. A lot of talent that aren't in this finals. Shows you just how competitive these semifinals were. The Italian sculler finished 2nd in the European Championships, not in this final. An up-and-coming rower from Ukraine, only 15 years old. Lots of talent that just missed out on the A final and a chance to contend for the title of world champion. Through 1,000, it's Romania, South Africa, Germany, Brazil, Austria, and a little ways behind that is the People's Republic of China. My name is Mike Anuitz here with Yana Paquin, and what is the mentality of a single scull being on the water by yourself?
It's only you in that boat, you and your mind and your body. It's a lot. It's really hard on the mental aspect. You have to think about so many things during that race. You have to think about your technique, your power, but also how fast you're going, your stroke rate, and also if you want to keep pushing, if you want to finish that 2,000 meters, you will feel so dead in that. Once you get to the 1,000-meter mark, you'll be like, I want to quit. This is too much, but you know you can do it. You've only gone so far, and you can't stop now. So these girls are incredible, and they have trained so hard for this, and they know that they can do it, even though it gets hard, especially in that halfway point. And these girls are almost done. They're coming up on that 1,500-meter mark. They're going to be down to 500 meters less. Romania in number 1 right now. Then we have South Africa in number 2 with Germany in number 3 currently, but we'll see. Brazil might make a push for 3rd. We'll have to see in that last 500 meters.
We've already seen the Greek rower in the single scull just a race ago come back from 3rd to 1st within the last 50 meters of that race. These athletes trying to replicate that a little bit, except if you're Romania, wanting to stay ahead and increase the distance is the only movement you want to see on the scoreboard. Again, 20 meters ahead of the South African Price Hughes. 3rd place right now is Germany, who we know she's a tough competitor, as we've seen in the European Championships. All 3 of them having competed against each other there. As we'll see the stroke rate increase ever so slightly as they reach the final 300 meters. The red buoys give them the visual representation of 250 meters left to go. As you see the reigning champion from Romania on your screen. 23 meters now in front of South Africa. You see the fans from the grandstands chanting for their nations. Romania looking for their 7th gold medal here at the World Championships. South Africa closing the gap ever so slightly. Around 100 meters left to go. Will have to be perfect from here on out with tremendous power produced from your legs. The fastest time, 7 minutes and 44 seconds in the semifinal. A little slower time, does not matter because it is the positions you finish in, not the time. It will be Romania defending her title as world champion by a boat and a half length. Silver will go to Price Hughes of South Africa. Stover from Germany will get the bronze. Hauser of Austria will be 4th. 5th place, Brazil. As she crosses it, cruising, knowing she can't do any better, as the People's Republic of China is around 50 meters away from the finish line still. It was Bianca Camelia of Romania giving her nation the 7th gold medal of this World Championships, defending her title as the world champion. Bryce Hughes of South Africa winning the silver. Then the 17-year-old from Germany winning the bronze here in St. Catharines, Canada. We'll have the victory ceremony of the men's single sculls U19 start in just a moment here in St. Catharines, Canada.
19 championships, men's single sculls.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie des médailles pour les championnats du monde des moins de 19 ans, skiff hommes.
The medals will be presented by
Les médailles seront présentées par
Vice President of World Rowing,
vice-présidente de World Rowing,
Tricia Smith, accompanied by
accompagnée de
Race Director of the Organizing Committee,
directeur de course du comité organisateur, Ken Campbell.
winner of the bronze medal representing Germany,
Vainqueur de la médaille de bronze représentant l'Allemagne,
Ole Hunse. Winner of the silver medal, representing individual neutral athletes,
vainqueur de la médaille d'argent représentant les athlètes individuels neutres,
Maxime Rybouski. Winner of the gold medal and World Rowing Under-19 champion, representing Greece.
Vainqueur de la médaille d'or et champion du monde des moins de 19 ans représentant la Grèce,
Panagiotis Maklergiannis. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us for the national anthem of Greece.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne national de la Grèce.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our medalists.
Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez applaudir vos médaillés.
The last race of the week, the junior men's 8. Again, one of the more fascinating boat classes that are raced here at the World Championships. Finishing off the week, the fast boat class is always the way to do it. The last chance for the Canadians here in lane 1 to get a medal. All of these boats faced in a preliminary race earlier this week. Germany in lane 2. Lane 3, the United States of America. Won the preliminary race by 3 seconds was Great Britain, who will be in lane 4. New Zealand, Samuel Fisher, the Coxie for New Zealand in lane 5. And France
Canada.
in lane 6.
Germany.
Theo Rigoury
USA.
as the Coxie for France.
Great Britain.
As we're
New
looking to get
Zealand.
underway in
France.
just a few moments.
Attention.
You can see those boat holder fingers are all the way in for these 8s to be right at that starting line.
And probably the most power being generated here this week in this boat class. 50 strokes a minute for Team Great Britain. Canada up to 46 strokes per minute. They find themselves in second place.
So that's a wrap for the World Championships 2024.
Again, this is
Thank
the
you,
last
everybody.
race. No races starting after this. All teams within 12 meters of each other. In the preliminary race, it went Great Britain, USA, New Zealand, Germany, France, Canada, in that order. Of course, this is Canada's last chance to earn a medal for their country. Every other boat in this race has already won at least one medal, except for Canada. Great Britain now up to a 17-meter lead on the USA, who again came second in that preliminary race. Team GB are the defending world champions in the U23. And the U19, looking to repeat their success this year. Germany, though, third place right now, will look for some revenge as they were the silver medalists, just being left behind by Team GB. France, currently in 5th place, have 3 returning rowers with international experience on this boat. Unfortunately for Canada now, 45 meters back is going to be extremely difficult to catch up to first. But they're still only around 10 to 11 meters behind that bronze medal spot, so I'm sure the Canadians watching here on the broadcast and at the Henley will be pleased with a bronze medal if that is the case here in this men's U19 8. 3 seconds in front of the USA is Great Britain, Germany behind them. You see just how fast these boats are, all under 20 kilometers an hour. Again, the front of the boat will be a little bit out of the water with just how much weight is in the boat and how fast they are going. The Coxie's job is to communicate their strategy, stroke rate. They're also steering the boat. As you see, every team is a few seconds away from each other. Great Britain, USA, Germany, 1, 2, 3. New Zealand, though, would not sleep on them within the last 500 meters, as they might sneak past the Germans to capture a medal here, as they were the third place team in the preliminary. I'm sure some part of their strategy is to give a major piece at the end and finally get the bronze medal they've been, or a medal at least, of what they've been hoping for. As they pass the 1,500 meter marker, the coaches and the athletes will pass it on to the fans to bring the rowers home on the water. Again, the last race of the 2024 World Rowing Championships here in St. Catharines, Canada. An immaculate finish in store for us here in the men's 8. Today's been all about the juniors. Romania has done extraordinary today. Italy have done great. Greece has been beautiful, but it is Great Britain right now, 15 meters in front of the USA. USA trying to catch them. Great Britain, the reigning champions from last year, trying to catch Romania on the medal standings. Speeds increase, stroke rate increases. It will not be enough for the USA to catch now back-to-back world champions, Team GB. USA will get the silver. Germany with the bronze. As France and Canada finish 5th and 6th. New Zealand held that third place position for a while. Germany 3 seconds in front of them. New Zealand just didn't have enough to make it to the end. They came third in the preliminary race. Not enough to make it a medal here on Sunday. Under 6 minutes for both first and second. Canada will go this World Championships without a medal on home soil. Two more victory ceremonies to go. We will turn our attention to the junior women's single sculls happening now.
Les championnats du monde des moins de 19 ans skiff femmes.
The medals will be presented by
Les médailles seront présentées par
President of World Rowing,
le président de World Rowing,
Jean-Christophe Roland, accompanied by
accompagné de
Member of the Provincial Parliament of St Catharines,
membre du Parlement provincial de St Catharines, Jenny Stevens.
winner of the bronze medal, representing Germany,
vainqueur de la médaille de bronze représentant l'Allemagne,
Julia Stöber. Winner of the silver medal, representing South Africa.
Vainqueur de la médaille d'argent représentant l'Afrique du Sud.
Danelia Price-Hughes. Winner of the gold medal and the World Rowing Under-19 champion representing Romania.
Vainqueur de la médaille d'or et championne du monde des moins de 19 ans représentant la Roumanie.
Bianca Ifteni. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us for the national anthem of Romania.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne national de la Roumanie.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our medalists.
Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez applaudir vos médaillés.
Ladies and gentlemen, a reminder that we still have one more victory ceremony to go for the men's 8, followed by the closing ceremony, so please don't go anywhere.
Veuillez demeurer avec nous pour la cérémonie des médailles pour les hommes 8 de pointe.
With one more victory ceremony to go, let's recap today with the U19's medals. Romania, 4 gold medals. Italy and Greece, 3 gold medals. And then to finish off the week, it was Romania who came first in the medal standing, 7 gold medals. Great Britain 2, 6 gold, 5 silver, and 1 bronze. Germany 3, 5 gold, 3 silver, and 8 bronze. And then rounding out the top 10 was Italy, Greece, Poland, United States of America, Australia, New Zealand, and Ireland. A tremendous week here at the 2024 World Rowing Championships in St. Catharines, Canada again. Only the second time that it's been hosted in St. Catharines. A monumental time in the community and in rowing, as 2 world's best times were broken here on the course in the Martindale Pond. The one in the lightweight men's single sculls and the other in the women's lightweight pair in the A final from Poland yesterday. And additional to those world's best times, there was 3 other World Championships best times that were broken here in 2024. And my name's Micah Newitz, here with Jana Paquin. And looking back, what was your favorite part of this week?
I definitely loved those 8 races at the end. Even though it's the last day, the last races, 8s are definitely my favorite to watch, and I'm excited to see the medal ceremony for these boys coming up soon. It's such a great course that these athletes had the opportunity to row on, and I hope everyone had an amazing time. Everyone did so well and performed so incredibly.
They did indeed. Sunday of last week, we had incredible fast times, of course. That was when the Italian Niels Tour broke the lightweight men's single sculls world's best time. We had some questionable weather on Monday. It was canceled and then delayed again on Tuesday. But we managed, we adapted, and we condensed the schedule so that we could finish here on Sunday with just the under-19 championships. As you see, the Canadian U19 men's 8 unable to capture a medal for Canada. The last opportunity that Canada had here on home soil to win a medal. We had some slower times on Tuesday as we had a lot of headwind and the water conditions were a little worse for wear. But a beautiful ending to this week as we have our last victory ceremony for the men's 8 U19. I'm Micah Newitz signing off with Jana Paquin of the 2024 World Rowing Championships here in St. Catharines, Canada.
Les médailles seront présentées par
President of World Rowing,
le président de World Rowing,
Jean-Christophe Roland, accompanied by
accompagné de
Chair of the Organizing Committee,
président du comité organisateur, Bill Shank.
winners of the bronze medal,
Vainqueur de la médaille de bronze,
Germany! Germany represented by
l'Allemagne représentée par
Yannick Elsner, Georg Rieck, Markus Albrecht, Felix Seimer, Alex Aderholt, Jonas Fromholt, Hugo Thomas, Jakob Knapp, Sadip Jagoda, Winners of the silver medal.
Vainqueur de la médaille d'argent.
The United States of America. The USA represented by
Les États-Unis, représentés par
Hugh Ryan, Francis McGrath, Kyle Fox, Tyler Murphy, Ori Radwood, Bailey Foster, Tayden Lander, Keenan Hines, Michael Kane, winners of the gold medal and the World Rowing Under-19 Champions.
Vainqueur de la médaille d'or, champion du monde des moins de 19 ans.
Great Britain! Great Britain, represented by
La Grande-Bretagne, représentée par
Harry Oliver, Oliver Richardson, William Harper, Elam Hughes, Edward Bayfield, Alec Wilde, Leo Heinlein, Timothy Gutser, Edward Crosthwaite Eyre, Ladies and gentlemen, please join us for the national anthem of Great Britain.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne national de la Grande-Bretagne. Veuillez applaudir vos médaillés.
Ladies and gentlemen, please don't go away. We still have our closing ceremony to perform in just a few minutes.
Mesdames et messieurs, ne quittez pas. La cérémonie de clôture suit bientôt.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring your attention to the awards podium once more, where World Rowing President Jean-Christophe Roland will give a closing speech.
Et maintenant, veuillez diriger votre attention vers le podium où Jean-Christophe Roland, président de World Rowing, donnera un discours de clôture.
Ladies and gentlemen, these World Rowing Championships would not have been possible to stage without the contribution, without the dedication of many actors. I would like to express my thanks and my deep gratitude to all the people involved who have made this event a great success. In recognition, I have the privilege and the great pleasure to award the FISA Medal of Honor to two recipients. For the continuous and great support of the city of St Catharines, I am pleased to present the FISA Medal of Honor to its mayor, Mr. Matt Siskwe, represented today by Mr. Ken Campbell. For the great job made by the organizing committee and all the people behind the scene, I would like to present the FISA Medal of Honor to the chair of the organizing committee, Bill Shank. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now at the end of these World Rowing Championships. Let me thank and congratulate all our athletes. The athletes, thank you and congratulations for your great performances. You have shown the best value of our sport. I hope that you have reached your expectation. I wish you will remember this championship here in St Catharines, Canada, had a great experience. To organize this event, it's a huge amount of work. Again, I would like to thank all the people involved, the organizing committee, the technical officials, and in particular, the many volunteers. Thank you to you, the volunteers, for your smiles. You have delivered a great and successful event. Thank you to the partners, and finally, thank you to you, the spectators, for the great atmosphere. And now, I declare the 2024 World Rowing Senior Under 23 Under 19 Championships closed.
The chair of the organizing committee, Bill Shank, returns the World Rowing flag to World Rowing President Jean-Christophe Roland.
Le président du comité organisateur, Bill Shank, rend le drapeau de World Rowing au président de World Rowing, Jean-Christophe Roland.
The World Rowing President, Jean-Christophe Roland, will deliver the flag to...
Le président de World Rowing, Jean-Christophe Roland, va remettre le drapeau à
Davidas Kumeta, representative of the 2025 World Rowing Under-19 Championships in Trakai, Lithuania.
Davidas Kumeta, représentant des championnats du monde des moins de 19 ans, 2025 à Trakai, Lituanie.
Michal Jelinski, representative of the 2025 World Rowing Under-23 Championships in Poznan, Poland.
Michal Jelinski, représentant des championnats du monde des moins de 23 ans, 2025 à Poznan, Pologne.
Jiang Haiyang, representative of the 2025 World Rowing Championships in Shanghai, China.
Jiang Haiyang, représentant des championnats du monde 2025 à Shanghai, Chine.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Canada.
Mesdames et messieurs, l'hymne national du Canada.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the 2024 World Rowing Senior Under-23 and Under-19 Championships in St Catharines, Canada. Let's have a final round of applause, please, for all of our athletes.
Mesdames et messieurs, cela conclut les championnats du monde seniors moins de 23 et moins de 19 ans 2024 à St Catharines, Canada. Veuillez applaudir tous nos athlètes encore une fois.
St Catharines, we thoroughly hope you've enjoyed the show and will join us in acknowledging everyone that made this event so special.
St Catherine, nous espérons que vous avez apprécié l'événement et vous joindrez à nous pour remercier tous ceux qui ont rendu cet événement si spécial.
We'd like to congratulate all of our athletes for showing their absolute best and providing us with many memorable races and moments.
Nous souhaitons féliciter tous les athlètes d'avoir donné le meilleur d'eux et de nous avoir offert des courses et des moments inoubliables.
Just an extra word of thanks to the commentary team here of Tim Van Vliet, André Proska, and alongside me here in the finish tower, Francis Legault. Merci très beaucoup, Francis.
Ah, tu es gentil, Robert. Un gros merci à toi, à Tim et à Andrea.
And a special thanks also to our DJ, Chad Bannister.
Et notre disc jockey, Chad Bannister. Merci.
And the production team here, and again, all the volunteers, the officials, the crew of students from Niagara College who have done the immensely good job on the television coverage, and those volunteers who've been helping us here from Brock University.
Des sincères remerciements à notre équipe de production 360 ainsi que les étudiants du Collège Niagara pour leurs vidéos et leurs jolies photos et nos amis de l'Université Brock.
Thank you, Canada. Thank you, St Catharines. And we look forward to seeing you all next year in Trakai, in Poznan, and in Shanghai. Thank you. And please have a safe journey home wherever in the world that may be.
Alors, merci à St Catharines. Nous vous attendons l'année prochaine à Trakai, à Poznan et à Shanghai. Merci à tous.
USA. Great Britain. New Zealand.
Niagara College programs immerse students with a highly experiential learning environment enhanced by digital technologies. We place students at the center of all that we do. We are Niagara College.
Tired of searching for that one keyboard shortcut? We solve technology so you don't have to. At SkyComp, we are lifelong learners, always upgrading our skills and reading about the next new IT thing. Go to skycomp.ca/learn to better use the programs you work with every day. SkyComp Solutions, your technology support partner.
People don't see that I go and get Botox in my leg, or that I go and have to do different stretches and different training than other people. Saying, like, you don't really have a disability, like, you shouldn't classify as para, and there's misconceptions on whether or not my disability is not that bad, and me kind of not telling people, and they don't understand how I grew up and all the stretching every night, and I would have to do walks and build my way up to things that went into getting me to where I am now that I don't think people realize, and they just see, oh, like, you fit in with everyone else, and it's because I've put the work in to get there. My name's Abigail Durliet. I'm 17 years old, and I'm from St Catharines, Ontario. I got diagnosed with cerebral palsy when I was 2. I was just a slow walker. I was a very slow walker, and I started crawling quickly but not walking, and I wasn't walking. So I started with a brace, and I think up until 7th grade I was wearing it. When I heard that there was a possibility of me not having to wear my brace anymore, I kind of started doing all my stretching. I started walking a lot with my mom, biking, trying to do anything to not wear it. I wanted to go into high school without having to wear it because, you're meeting new people, and I definitely got made fun of for it a little bit in elementary school, and never wanted to talk about it, never wanted to tell anyone about it because I felt embarrassed and ashamed of it. Starting high school, I didn't tell anyone, and my coaches, no one ever knew until this year. This was the first coach that I had that ever recognized it and noticed it, so but I'm glad that he did notice it in the end because it opened a lot of opportunities and doors for me. When I told him, he was like, oh, you might qualify for para, and I found out I did. There was just so much there that I wasn't expecting. So, I've been training a lot more since then. I've been upping my training quite a bit, and it's a lot more motivating when you have bigger goals to get to that you think are more achievable.
It's all new, it's all learning, it's all figuring out what para rowing looks like and what it could look like, because right now is one way, but the more para rowers we have, I think, the visibility increases, then that helps to attract more para athletes, and then it just makes it easier to have these para events, because it's always been these pockets. It's kind of the role you'll take on Mia's doing some of it now, and
Yeah.
because you're so young and you'll be in it for so long, it's like, okay, make it easier for whoever the next person is, so they don't have to kind of repave the road every single time we get a para athlete, and like we're starting from scratch again.
Biggest achievement was probably reaching the developmental standard for para for Team Canada, and then I got accepted to race at Worlds. Unfortunately, we're not going to race, but I was scheduled to race, so that was a big achievement for me. Kind of knew that it had been a thought that it was going to get canceled because there wasn't enough para athletes. There's not many para rowers, and so a lot of them are in Paris right now. I think numbers is a huge thing. Even recently at Henley, we did a race and it was straight final, which is very uncommon for a race like Henley. I think my other races we had like 50 boats per event, and this race we only had 2 boats. And it was largely Americans. There's not very many here in St Catharines, so just definitely a lack of people.
Most of our work is with people who are not athletic, actually. A percentage of work with those elite level athletes would be very small and would be probably in the 1% to 2% range. And that's an interesting issue because what we gain from that work and working with elite level athletes really stretches us, really stretches our capacity as a company and as practitioners to explore the highest level of care that those people require to perform at their elite level. But what's really fascinating about that very small population group is that the demands that they put on themselves and on us as practitioners and as providers helps us to extend that work and that level of expertise into the rest of our population. Because 98% of the people we need have got needs in whether that's recreational sport or everyday needs like getting around their home. Our role is to take that level of expert care and technology and componentry and everything that we've learned in all aspects of our practice and apply it to our entire population.
This is my brace from Niagara Prosthetics. This is the first one I ever got, so it would have been around 2. It helped to keep my leg straight because my leg was very crooked. It's gotten better now, but it helped to keep my leg straight and helped to get me walking. So I have a very similar one that I have now that I only wear it to bed now. I definitely want to go to Worlds next year. There's talks about World Cup 1 and 2 in Italy and Switzerland next year, so I'm really hoping that I can do that and there will be entries for that. So definitely trying to work and get faster so that I have a better chance of going. And a longer term goal would definitely be going to the Paralympics, so I'm kind of keeping that in the back of my head and remembering that when I want to decide if I'm going to do a bike workout or not. I got cut from a lot of sports growing up, especially in high school, because I didn't think I was good enough. And then growing, I put the work in, so I was able to train with everyone else like normal. And I train with the Simcoe boys team most of the year, so it's realizing that you are good enough if you are able to put the work in. Rowing's a sport that you have to put a lot of time in and a lot of work in, so being dedicated and knowing that if you put the work in, you can get there, but it's a lot about your mindset.